I should know better than to run right back to you. Losing my mind over how you knew I met her. I know I didn't think it through. Caught up in ways I can't undo. We're so perfect on paper. Can't get you, I can shake you. Got nothing left to lose. Have a little faith, have a little game. I don't wanna play. If you stay, then I take it all back. Another little game running through my veins. Take it to the grave in my state. I'm an insomniac. So perfect on paper. Can't get you, I can shake you. Got nothing left to lose. Have a little faith, have a little game. I don't wanna play. If you stay, then I take it all back. Take it to the grave in my state. I'm an insomniac. All the love I gave.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy and other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Four regional champions, four Swiss stage survivors, and today the Copperbox Arena starts separating the wheat from the chaff. Welcome to Masters London, where we'll begin our proceedings with tournament favorites, HyperX, taking on those Swiss stage darlings, Leviathan. And then it's an EMEA Grand Final rematch as Heretics take on Vitality. I am Sideshow. With me today, we've got Mimi, we've got Billy. We're out here, first day of playoffs. How were the Swiss stage pick'ems going?
Not great.
Not great?
They're like so-so, I would say. Thankfully, I've not really had time to go back at the end of the day to go through each matchup each day, so they've been going so-so.
Yeah, mine have gone horribly.
You didn't believe in XLG?
No, I did believe in NRG. It's not gone well, but playoffs should be better.
Oh, it should be better, should be more predictable. I don't exactly know what Mimi means by that, but there's a final reminder that your official playoff pick'ems are about to be locked. The blocks are closing as soon as our first match begins in 20 minutes. So get those picks locked up quick at ValorantEsports.com or via the in-game client before the time runs out, and you will no longer be eligible for a golden sage blowing on a whistle.
It's what everybody wants.
That's what I've been waiting for so long. Let's take a quick peek at our playoffs bracket, though. And I wanted to ask you, as we look at the playoffs bracket, who do you think has actually come out better at the end of this? Who's got the best chance of being able to make that deep run?
For me, I think it's surely G2. You look at their side of the bracket, they're playing XLG, who in my opinion is the weakest playoff team, and then a kind of untested so far EDG just coming into the tournament after China's been having a tough time against a Foot who had an upset to make it here. To me, this feels like the best chance G2 has to make a clean run. And in my opinion, it's their tournament to lose.
I've heard it before, Mimi.
Yeah, I do think that does look like the easier side of the bracket, I guess is fair to say. But I think the other side of the bracket, there's so much upset potential, especially when we look at the matches coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, we've got a banger to open it up, don't we? Let's have a look at our fans, though. Frankie is down there hanging out with them. What you got?
It's the first day of playoffs here in London, and the early birds in the audience are already warmed up and ready to go. I'm seeing a lot of HyperX jerseys, and we've got so many fans here ready to cheer on the teams.
All of the fans are excited for this first matchup. Lots of HyperX jerseys in the crowd, but we are not messing around with today's Mastercard fan poll. It is a simple question, and I want to offer it to you as well as the people at home. Will Leviathan beat the Masters London favourites HyperX today? Yes or no?
I think it's very easy to come in with recency bias when we consider how flawless Leviathan looked in that Swiss stage. For me, I'm honestly kind of close to sitting on the fence because, of course, we have PRX coming in as a tournament favourites, but Leviathan just looked so good in that Swiss stage.
I'll give you an answer, Josh.
Okay.
I'm saying yes. I have some real belief in Lev. I'm very high on this team out of Swiss. Obviously, HyperX is incredible. They're the tournament favourite. They're the favourite today as well. But I think Lev are in great form. I think their style plays quite well into HyperX, and it's just hard not to believe in them with the vibe, with the energy they've brought to this stage so far.
They do seem like they're thriving here. And reminder that HyperX picked them as well. Let's talk about HyperX. They look really, really scary, coming off an incredible lower bracket run in Pacific. They are clearly the favorites. I think they're the most favorited team to win an event since the Fnatic Super Team of 2023. But why is that? If people haven't been watching HyperX, why is this an even scarier version of them than usual?
I think that we have to look at them as probably one of the most experienced teams coming into this playoffs, and I think when we consider their play style and the way that they've been playing regionally, they're so good at being able to set that tempo, right? And they're so good at being able to have variations of tempo as well, which I think is a real strength when we consider the meta that we're in at the moment. And I think for them to be the only team left from that Pacific region, they really need to go and try to kind of keep them going in this tournament.
Yeah, their run in Ho Chi Minh, that Pacific Finals, was incredible. 6 map wins in a row in both finals there to become the Pacific champion, to get this seed into playoffs. You mentioned the meta. I think that's the big thing right now for HyperX. We talked about this in Santiago, that the meta was good. They're playing the Yoru, playing the Waylay. That benefited them. But I think that now it is even better with the Jet, Phoenix, Raze. These are the agents, especially for a guy like Something, that I think is so much better on that Jet than he ever was in the Yoru meta.
Yeah, I mean, they really did change things up halfway through. They were trying to run Something on Neon early days, and it did look tragic. But since he swapped over to the Jet, he does look absolutely fantastic. How much of it is just based on that meta stuff and the form of the players? Because Jing and Something look absolutely rare form right now.
I think it's a huge piece. Jing, in my opinion, looks the best he ever has. His stats coming out of Pacific, especially in the group stage, were just outrageous. Primarily on that Raze, but on the Phoenix as well. But I think you back up everything you're saying, Billy, with the history, with how well they perform internationally, with the experience, and then you add in a meta that befits them. They're 2 key players having some of their best form ever. And we feel primed for another PRX trophy.
So, sorry, I just need to interrupt you there, Mimi. How are they primed for a trophy if you think they're going to lose to Lev?
I'm saying what the people think. What I think is there's an upset potential here for Lev. That I think their style is good in them. I'll talk more about that later, though.
Yeah, I think Jing and Something are definitely the two that we have our eye on, especially coming into this opening game. And there is a great stylistic matchup that we have here today going up against Lev. But I think you kind of touched on it, Mimi. Jing potentially at the peak of his career when we consider the performance that he's been putting up, especially on that raise.
Yeah, his raise is unbelievable. I mean, a 1.35 rating in the last few games, he's nuts.
It's unreal. I think that the style that they're playing with these new comps is also really, really good to see. I love the way that they're showing the same early round ideas, but with different adaptations off of it. I think that this is a PaperX that is playing good macro, has great form, has a good meta. Like, it's all lining up.
Well, I want to hear from Jing. He's a storied player. He's a player that we thought at some point we might never see again on this stage, and he's back in absolute prime form. Let's hear from the guy himself.
Jen here with Jing of PaperX. Jing, you guys are facing one of the best shooting teams in the tournament. What do you think made Alex look at the options and go, yeah, let's play Lev?
I mean, to be honest, we didn't really have that much of a choice. We were like third pick, so we just picked between Lev and Vitality, and we just feel like it'll be more fun to play Lev.
Okay, so fun was the reason.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, all right, have fun.
Thank you. We'll have fun for sure.
I don't believe it. I know that that's the narrative that they're trying to sell, and Alex is doing the, oh, who should we pick? Who should we pick? Why did they pick Lev? Is it really just vibes?
I honestly think that PRX are a team that thrive in chaos, right? And I think that any team that tries to give them that chaos is usually when they're going to be able to counter back and be able to win the game, I think, honestly. So I think, yeah, for them picking Lev, it's a team that is also very aggressive, very chaotic. But I think when PRX kind of set the tempo, like I mentioned, is usually when they turn out best.
They gave them also, though, 5 extra days to prep, and they're a very tactic-driven team. That seems dangerous to me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think if you look at the map pools, they have very similar maps that they're good at. That might be part of the reason for PaperX. But for me, I still don't fully understand it. I looked at Vitality, who was the other option coming out of groups. I thought they looked way weaker than Leviathan, so I'm still waiting to see the rationale.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's why we have 3 EMEA teams in playoffs, because we look weaker. Yeah, okay, sure.
All right, well, that game's going up later. But for now, let's talk about Leviathan, because they do look really, really good. They had a strong showing in the Swiss stage, continuing to find success with that very tactical exec and trap play style. They're also an aggressive team. They are. And Billy, this goes to a bit to what you were saying. Do you think that's going to cause chaos that PaperX can play inside of? Or can Lev, with their structure, find that way through?
Well, I think this is where I'm looking at King to really be the leader for the team. Of course, let's not forget that they have 4 rookies coming onto this stage. And as much as they've had such a dominant performance in Swiss, do not forget that every single series they've played has had to go to that 3rd map.
Sure.
So I think throughout this Swiss stage, they have been able to build up that resilience. And significantly, I think the firepower here is the most exciting thing that I am looking into this series.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you're looking at this tournament, the only team that I would say could go pound for pound with PaperX in firepower would be Leviathan. They have absolutely incredible individuals. They already showed that in Swiss. But your stylistic question, Josh, I think is interesting because in my mind, these teams have gotten closer together throughout the stage. PaperX traditionally this much more chaotic team, much more free-flowing in the way that they're aggressive, and Lev, to a fault, they were overly structured earlier this year in kickoff. But I think they've started to balance that out, having structured early rounds, being more adaptable in the late rounds. And you look over at PaperX, and I think in some of their especially attack sides early, they're playing some more structured starts that remind me a little of Lev. I think these teams have started to converge towards a very similar style, which makes today so interesting to me.
I love the discussion about form as well, because the players are absolutely insane that we're going to see on the stage today. There is a big difference in experience, though, isn't there? You were talking about it, Billy. PaperX have been here tons of times before, whereas actually rookies all over the place on Leviathan. Let's talk about Spike, one of those rookies who actually stepped up, I think, in the Swiss stage. None of the Lev players are crumbling, but it's good to see Spike, especially with a Neon nerf, still be able to do what he's been doing. With him now matching up into PaperX, though, trying to get that value out of the Neon versus a Jet Rays team a lot of the time. What are the challenges and how is Spike going to navigate that?
I think what looks really promising for me from this LEV roster is the fact that you're not relying on the usual superstars that we set up coming into this tournament of Sato, of Neon as well. I think what Spike has been able to do is just come out swinging. I think that he's looked really aggressive in his approach. And yeah, he didn't have the best series in the very opening game, but that GE game, the second game that they played was really, really good, Mimi.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I think that the Neon as well, we always have a tendency in Valorant teams too, that we see a nerf, the agent's dead, completely gone. But Spike has proved that it still has that value. They picked 100% Neon back in Americas, still 83% here in the Swiss stage. So I've liked what I've seen from him. I don't feel like I've noticed a lot of rounds where the nerfs are actually hitting him big time, especially because so much of the value he gets for me is more the fast rotates on defense that breaks those usual timings with the Neon, and on attack with how he's scaling in conjunction with his teammates in these double duelist compositions. I think he still made the Neon look great, even post-change.
Let's hear from Spike. I mean, he's one of those players that's on the big stage for the first time and now in his first big playoffs game too. Let's have a listen.
Jen here with Spike of LEV. Spike, your opponents today, HyperX, they love to dictate the pace of the game, and it's very hard to play your own game against them. A lot of people have struggled to do so against them, so what will be the key for you to stay sharp today?
A gente treinou muito contra eles em Santiago, então acho que a gente está bem preparado para hoje. Eu acho que só entrar bem focado dentro do jogo, eles querem trocar tiro, então a gente vai ter que trocar tiro para ganhar espaço, essas coisas. Então tá bem focado dentro do jogo mesmo.
Well, we have very good chances to practice against them a lot in Santiago, so I would say that we are very ready to get into the game. I'm sure they want to exchange some bullets here and there, so we have to be ready for that in order to get some space in the game. But I believe we are pretty ready for it.
All right, feeling prepared. Sounds good.
Thank you.
It's good to see that they're feeling ready for this game. It might have been a bit of a surprise to see HyperX being their opponent on the other side of things. I want to continue that discussion about how you feel like these newer players, the less experienced players have been performing. Because, Billy, you had said that they're not overly reliant on the big names, Sato, Neon. I feel like Sato was a huge part of the way that they made it through Swiss. Do you think they have still more to give, these newer players like Spike, Blows, Neon?
100%, yeah, I definitely think so. I think that because they are rookies stepping onto the global stage for the first time, they're almost fearless in their approach, right? They don't have anything to lose. They know that they're coming into this event and really just soaking up the environment and enjoying it the most. And I think that that's how they're really managing to shine, because they're not necessarily getting the pressure get to them at all.
Yeah, I don't think they have whatsoever. And the big thing for me is how they carry themselves in the server. In Americas, they were always having fun. Sato playing up to the camera, playing up for his team. They have an energy of just being nonchalant no matter the game they're facing. And I think if they can keep that energy that they showed in Swiss into this match, then I think they've already proved that they're able to ignore the crowd, able to ignore who's on the other side, and just play the way they have all year.
Yeah, I mean, Sato, for example, feeds off that energy rather than getting quashed by it, doesn't he? One of those newer-looking players who was an absolute beast in the clutch in Americas is Blows. So let's take a look at that HyperX player moment from Blows.
Oi, meu nome é Blows, eu sou o iniciador da Leviathan. Agora estou muito feliz mesmo que a gente conseguiu classificar pro playoff. E era uma partida muito boa pra gente agora, a gente queria muito essa revanche. E era um jogo pro playoff, então era um jogo muito legal pra gente. Eu acho que não importa muito o time que vir, acho que qualquer time que vir a gente vai se preparar igual, como a gente sempre faz em todas as partidas que a gente faz, a gente se prepara igual pro time que vai vir. Não, a gente só tá muito confiante mesmo para o próximo time que vai vir, não importa muito qual seja.
Feel available. Both players waiting, but that's the shot that can make it count. Is left all onto Brock. He's being spammed out from underneath, and again he will bite the dust.
Para os fãs da Leviathan, eu queria agradecer muito os fãs que me apoiam desde a Academy. Realmente fãs, eles sempre mandam mensagens positivas, mesmo se a gente perde, não importa. E mesmo para os fãs do Brasil, que vem apoiando muita gente agora, que a gente é um time com 3 brasileiros. Eles vêm apoiando muita gente, então só queria agradecer todo esse apoio que eles estão dando pra gente.
Earlier, we asked you whether you think LEV beats HyperX today. The results are in, and most people do not believe. However, it being a 60-40 game with how popular HyperX are and how much of a favorite they were for this tournament, I think speaks to people actually having a lot of respect for LEV.
Yeah, I think you have to after how well they played in the Swiss stage. But HyperX almost always dominates these polls. Normally their fans are out there, it's 80, 90%. It is surprising to see. Josh, you're the only one alongside me who's punted on LEV. I do think that the way we've gone here with like an 80-20 split feels maybe a little more indicative of the odds.
More than a 60-40?
I mean, I think it's a ball's law game. It's like a 30%. I think there's a chance for Lev here that I'm willing to punt on, but I think they're absolutely not the favorites.
Yeah, I don't know if that's maybe a little bit of recency bias coming. Of course, they did have such a dominant Swiss stage performance. I've gone off the back of experience. I think the experience wins. We're seeing the crowds get bigger as well now that we're getting to playoffs. I know that we've kind of said that Lev have been thriving, especially Sato, when they see the crowd and playing around with that. But for me, PRX are the tournament favorites. I couldn't kind of steer away from that.
Sure. Okay. For me, it was less that Lev delivered something like brand new here in the Swiss stage, but was instead that they delivered what they showed in Americas here as well. Sure. And that for me is showing consistency that is pushing me to continue to believe in playoffs.
Well, this map veto might end up being incredibly important. You had said earlier that the maps that they want to play on, some of them are quite similar. I think others a little different. That Lotus and Breeze may end up being incredibly important grounds. Let's have a look at the map veto between Lev and PaperX.
All right. Hello and welcome, guys. Let's do the map veto for PRX versus Leviathan. So we start with picking the side. PRX is higher seed, so they get to choose.
Team B.
All right, that means Leviathan is banning first.
Wait. We ban Breeze.
All right, Breeze is banned, then PRX is banning.
We are banning Pearl.
Pearl. Okay, then Leviathan is picking the first map.
We pick Ascent.
Okay, Ascent is picked, and what is the side for Ascent?
Defense.
Defense. And what is your map pick?
We are picking Lotus.
Okay, Lotus is picked. And side for Lotus, please.
We pick Attack.
Okay, we have... 1 second. Leviathan is banning next.
We ban Fracture.
Fracture is banned. And PaperX is banning now.
We are banning Haven.
Haven is banned. The side was split, and Leviathan is picking their side on split.
Attack.
Alright, let me give you a quick recap. We start with Ascent, PaperX defending. Then we have Lotus, Leviathan attacking. Then if we have splits, Leviathan attacking. Everything correct?
Yep.
Alright, good luck, guys. Okay. Thank you.
Lev switched up to banning this Breeze in the Swiss stage. They keep that going, and I think that makes this a very predictable map pool. Both these maps are starting on Ascent, Lotus respectively. Looked, I think, kind of weak regionally for one team. I didn't love PaperX's Ascent here, so I think that's a great choice for Lev to go into. But the big question is how that Lotus changes, because they wanted to go here instead of the Breeze on a map where PaperX is so good.
Yeah, they are incredible in these kind of moments. Coming into this event, it felt like everybody was rushing to get on board the PaperX train. But could it be that Lev put a stops to them before they even leave the station? Buckle up, London. We're on a collision course and nobody's hitting those brakes. Playoffs start right now.
Brimstone, I appreciate your concern, but we are in crisis. The team needs me. They're putting their lives at risk with every mission, and if I'm not there to help with... I apologize. The crystal growth, it's more painful now. You are right. Commander, I'm so sorry. I need help. Please understand I'm trying my hardest. My head's a mess, but I'm trying regardless.
After Santiago, especially the finals, we learned a lot.
PaperX have gone extinct!
It's pretty hard to be consistent all the time. I just want to play without expectation here, same as Toronto.
The Pacific Princes finally have their
When we play with no fears, usually we'll play really good.
E em geral, estou muito feliz de ter classificado para o playoff e eu acho que a gente consegue ainda muito longe desse campeonato. Então, acho que a gente só está muito confiante mesmo para o próximo time que vai vir, não importa muito qual seja.
We already proved to the people, to the players, to the teams, we can be one of the best.
Qualquer time que agora a gente for enfrentar, eles têm que estar muito preparados para jogar contra a gente, porque a gente é um time muito jovem, que está pegando experiência a cada partida. Eu acho que eles têm que estar preparados, porque a gente é um time que grita muito no stage, tem muita energia, então joga um jogo muito rápido. Então acho que eles têm que estar muito preparados para jogar contra a gente, que vai ser um jogo muito bom. Boa sorte.
We already won one Masters trophy, and there is no pressure on us, which is not good for you.
Show me how to feel alive. Hold me close and let it ride. Show me how to feel alive.
It's the battle of East meets West to kick off the playoffs. London, make some noise for HyperX versus Leviathan!
The most entertaining team of Swiss versus the most entertaining team of all time. HyperX chose their opponents. Will they be punished for their hubris? Whoever wins this game has got by far the best chance of running this lower bracket, surely. What a matchup to have early on.
They certainly do. It is wild that it's these teams who I would have both put in the top 3 to be playing in our very first match. There's so many similarities between them. I think you can look at Lev in a lot of ways as a younger version of HyperX, a somewhat similar style, similar talent, similar energy on that stage. But now having to take down the team that has been the most consistent squad in this sport.
I find what's interesting there that we heard in the trailer was that PRX maybe not feeling the pressure because they've lifted a Masters trophy back in Toronto, but we still have one player on that roster who is yet to lift a global trophy. You'd like to think that they're in the mindset that they want to be able to do it for him too.
They certainly do. You saw on the other side, Lev, their first time for 4 of these players in a global playoffs. Absolutely reveling in the moment with Sato jumping up and down on the stage. These guys are young, but they've been working for this moment for so long. And now this opportunity, play in front of a huge crowd, play the team that everybody expects to dominate this tournament.
There is Jing, whose Raze has been electric. They are on a 10-map win streak on Raze maps, and those, that is map 2 and map 3. So if Lev don't start strong on their pick of ascent, it could be over before it's even begun.
And I think if you're PRX, you're probably happy when we look back to that map veto, being able to get both of the bans out that they were insta-banning in their region when we think back to their playoffs performing, getting rid of that Haven, getting rid of that Pearl, being able to start off on this ascent. Super exciting matchup today.
Yeah, I really wonder if HyperX is going to change the composition on the Ascent. Obviously, they were doing something kind of unique back in Pacific, playing the Euro here, playing the Sage. You've seen other teams experiment with these ideas, but I didn't think it looked towards the top of their map pool. So I really wouldn't be surprised if there is some pivot, maybe towards the Jet Phoenix or something along those lines that have been so good for them on other maps.
Yeah, I think the way that Leviathan run the Phoenix on this map shows how great it can be. The prep work that they've done on some of these maps, I mean, huge credit to Ona and the rest of the coaching staff for taking a mostly rookie roster that they've scouted and bringing them to this kind of point. This is an uphill battle. There is a clear favorite. You ask us, you ask the crowd, you ask anybody. HyperX are the favorites in this game, but man, it should be a banger.
It definitely should be a banger, and I think when we consider Lev's Ascent, we've already seen it in this tournament. We saw how dominant they looked against NRG. NRG being one of the favorites to be able to make it through to this playoffs from that Swiss stage. They're no longer here. Lev are trying to put Americas on top.
Yeah, taking a look at the agent select now. The question is, will HyperX stick to their guns? And the answer, well, it's yes. They go back to the same composition with the double Sentinel, with the Yoru. What do you make of the Yoru getting played here?
Yeah, I think the Yoru is definitely interesting. We're going to see something potentially jumping onto the snipers and seeing how valuable that is. And hopefully that will be enough delay in stopping power, right? I'm looking towards Lev's Neon there and how poor that's possibly going to play into this Sage, into the Vise. We have so much stall utility on PaperX's side.
I want to see how PaperX approach fighting the extremities on this defensive side. Lev's comp is absolutely excellent at dominating that space. They have great ideas of how to farm all doors up for their Phoenix. And this is a team that once they get momentum, they can run away.
This match promises the world, and we're going to send it over to two casters who are very comfortable with watching PaperX. It's Achilles and Paperthin.
This is indeed comfort. This should be a banger. Back over onto the Yoru, our first of the tournament for something, and in the post-nerf era, he has managed to still make this look busted.
Yeah, no, this is a PaperX team that now has also had some time to manufacture this comp a little bit more, to workshop it, to give it some more legs. It already looked pretty decent at times for PaperX back in Stage 1 at Pacific Finals, but it's a big question mark here on against a Leviathan team who looked absolutely electric, especially on this attacker's side. We go out with a big mid push here early for PaperX, but blows, at least keeping track of it, but that's the spike in his hands.
Watching for this. Something just with a jump peek, maybe catching a glimpse of the shoulder, but otherwise not too much info going to be gained on either side either way. Rotation is coming in, and Lev are going to be gambling into the full stack, but it looks like Forsaken wanting to try to take some space. We'll take a shot. Heal quickly going to be coming through, and that's PaperX thinking that they go for the pivot. They just see that lurking chamber. They assume that Neon's going to be on his lonesome, and now they shift completely to the opposite side of the map. What a misread.
That's okay. They have the wall for at least a little bit of extra info here with the Vice, so there's at least an opportunity to rotate back the other way relatively quickly.
They're starting on it now. And with 48 seconds remaining, Lev now going to make a go of this, pushing forward into the site. Molly going to be expended there at market. Tap the plant coming through Paranoia, not connecting on the spikes in. Pulls back around the corner. As Ping reveals will be coming through. Wall up, trying to block up a player over at main. It's going to be 2 kills a pound immediately here for the side of PaperX. As Jing will get taken down by Spikesy, but something able to find King. Blows, eliminated. And now it's down to Neon, and he cannot find it. PaperX will take the opening round on their opponent's selection of Ascent. 1-0 start.
Now, really like the ideas here for PaperX. It's okay to over-rotate off of that vision you get on the chamber because you've still got that wall there as a little bit of a backup for some time. And of course, PaperX, we know individually, the talent is through the roof. Like, this is a team that has a history, that has the pedigree. You're just asking yourself, is it going to be like Toronto last year? Is it going to be Destiny?
Now we win.
Just getting the setups going. Might just be a big initial crunch into B main. Solo lurk the opposite side of the map for King. As we'll set up a smoke here to start things off, but they're just going to be pushing ahead of this one. Something's got to judge around the corner. And there's going to be the first kill. Now the second going to be found as Neon will also get taken down. Envy covering fire, finds the follow-up too. PaperX are looking to make this flawless as King will get spotted and dealt with. A 3K for something and a 2-0 start for PaperX.
Yeah, they're really in the driver's seat, making some pretty good map reads again. This time around, an early shock dart gets a little bit of damage in, and you're just teeing up something, waiting for that jiggle peek, and he gets proactive, he pounces, and Envy right there to help him clean it up. Huge start for PaperX on this defender side to really stymie Leviathan, who are so explosive, especially against NRG. You think back to Sato's ace in the bonus round.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if he can get going. No kills yet.
Horns up and over, wall going to be situated forward in B main. Not going for the more shallow one to give over some access.
One thing I was curious about with PaperX coming into this after watching some of the VODs is how much attention they would give towards the middle part of the map. And you saw in the pistol round they gave quite a bit. You're on the bonus, trying to rely a little bit more on some utility.
Curveball out, it's going to be a backpedal from Jing. Slow orb as well, going to be situated, trying to stymie that approach from Tree. And for now, Lev continuing to pump the brakes, not feeling fully confident in either position here. A little bit of damage going to be traded out. Forsaken able to back away as the Paranoia is going to be sent in. Spike's pinned into the corner, headshot, but Jing now the one that's going to be under pressure and will get taken down. Forsaken's able to find one, but cannot get the trade up. Sato able to get them into a winnable position. That run it back as well online, but doesn't necessarily want to have to commit that into this.
They're going to take a pause and look for some re-aggression. One of the interesting things is a clone was sent all the way over from the A side, even though something has been sitting over in market. And that's thrown a little bit of confusion into Leviathan.
30 seconds left.
So they aren't entirely sure what the formation is here that they're facing.
Drone's going to be saying hi to each other, but he did get a spot out on Sato, so know that there's going to be 2 players in that position, but HyperX for now still not going for this rotation. So break of the window, shots out, fishing for some damage that won't be found. Door now shut, and with 10 seconds remaining, the spike going to be brought forward to go for the plant.
10 seconds left.
Both will be able to get that one in play, and something's going to be intercepted. Wise little late linger from Neon, and now it's down to HyperX's Envy and Divide to try to see if they can make this a bit more costly, because for the moment, it is very clean. On that approach, anticipating that the Chamber is still going to be playing on that side of the map, but to no avail. Neon will be able to find Envy, and now Divide gets the headshot, but cannot get the kill. Neon survives, and Lev get themselves on the board with 4 players staying alive.
Yep, just nice patience, good coordination there to flush Jing and Forsaken out. Good flash around the corner to tee him up, and Sato's right there to follow up. Neon in a good position to intercept there, make sure that Judge can't do any damage. But the concerning thing here for Leviathan is because of how clean that start was for HyperX, they have a ton of cash coming in to this 4th round. They have that operator in something's hands, one of the biggest win conditions for this HyperX team. One of the best operators in the world, and he loves to challenge you.
Push forward, Blaze Wall, set up. It's going to be a pop flash sent out of that one. He crashes well for the exit, should it be necessary. But yep, something able to strike first, finds one, but Jing will be left on an island, does get taken down, unable to commit that wall fast enough. Sato keeps it close, the run it back still in his pocket. Could be used to just completely break open this mid position, but it's going to be Envy walking forward, and he's able to come away with a kill. Neon's going to be taken down. And Sato, no counter swing, just has his teammate fall for nothing.
That's brutal. You still have that run it back to use to clear some space, but now you're going to have to use the drone, and you're in a man disadvantage, so you could find that pick, maybe get that ult to find some value, but
cover going out.
Just have to wait and see. King going to throw another smoke here at mid to try to keep HyperX from gaining much info, but HyperX happy to fall back and rely on some of the util they've got covering a lot of these entry points. You got the wall over at B main, you've got the Thorns here to tee up Forsaken, who's got the Paranoia at the
30
ready.
seconds left.
Gonna have to be the 3-2-1. Triple this wall. Meanwhile, Spike is getting rotated. Sato's trying to just create some space, create some information on the opposite side of the map and sell a fake. And they will be able to get that Spike forward into the site in time, and Sato as well. Pushing out from main, finds Envy, looks for a little bit more, gets some damage on a Forsaken. Paranoia now going to be sent through, and he will come away with that kill. Keeps himself alive in the fight, but he's tagged down to 12. Sometimes Spike now planted over on A. Getting a half jump up over the box, just here lurking below Divide. The shock dart will fly. King, he could absolutely be there undoing in this one, but it's going to be Forsaken TPing on the top of Jen, able to find the kill, and the Divide swings out to take down blows. The defuse is there, and HyperX will stave off Lev again as they move up 3-1.
Yeah, it's really nice patience being shown by both teams, to be honest. You know, Leviathan trying to create some question marks on the map, trying to throw HyperX off of their rotation game. And HyperX is so confident in their individual players that they can also spread the map. Allow Forsaken, who's still got that Paranoia because it never got popped over in tree, to move over there, isolate Sato. A nice kill on his own. But then he's there to TP up on top of Jen, create that extra angle for that retake. HyperX going to be going up against an op this time. Neon going to be buying into it. So a big round here for the economy of Leviathan. HyperX as well. Also the economy not doing super great just yet.
It's certainly rough around the edges here to an extent, but gate crash going to be set up. And there's a spot on something. Will fake the TP, sets up another one.
Destroyed.
Shock dart will be lobbed in, gets rid of that trademark. Meanwhile, Divide and Envy Ready to swing in, pick apart these players that are going to be looking to push through B main out onto the site.
And again, you've got a lot of options here. And HyperX playing it passive. Just waiting out this util, trying to hide. Too clear.
Something now going to be dialed in on the angle, but will get blinded up. The paranoia going through. Hunter's Fury out, however, gets 2 tags. Both duelists lit up, and now Sano taken down. Divide holding the door. Finds himself a third, and Spike Scene just going to be spammed down through the smoke. Envy not losing track of them. Leviathan get massacred on their way through B. It's a flawless for HyperX to move up 4-1.
Envy really smooth here today. Not just with the ultimate, but with the shooting as well. Devi, as always. So sturdy as an anchor. You're looking at some of the best to ever do it, and that right there from Devi. Very, very clean, teed up by Envy as well, with the ultimate hitting a couple players and getting a kill. Ridiculous stuff. And now, yep, there's that eco buy here for Lev.
Looking to try to wall them off, but it's going to be Spike Scene just sending himself forward. Massive push, able to find Forsaken, but Jing gets the trade out, the drag across, the kill on the Neon. There's this aggression from Lev, quickly counteracted, still with a shout, but it's going to be Envy out from wide. He's able to find a little bit more, and Jing is looking for that 4-piece. He won't be able to find it. Sat down by blows, a weapon can be recovered, but he's tagged at 49. Devi already arriving, dropping down from heaven. This would be one hell of a clutch, one hell of a way to get that second round win. Devi just playing this one patiently. Swing out, shot's gonna be going wide. Just the poke and prod, and it's gonna all to be to play something forward at tree. HyperX starting to look like they're gonna be running away with this map pick. Lev, do they call the timeout?
It's a great question. Try something a little bit cheeky, try to get up ahead of this wall. They're trying to go up and over it. Alex, a little bit frustrated, but...
Probably just thinking it's a little bit of an overheat.
Yeah.
Didn't need to lose as many players as they did, but still need to be happy that they're coming away with these round wins.
They still make a pretty good read and a pretty good play in my book. It's HyperX, so when it comes to raw firepower,
let's play.
Absolutely, you should believe in them. Jing there, spamming away.
And now the Odin gets layered in as well. No, guys, keep standing there. It's just a phantom on the other side of that wall. No, 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 no. There are layers to this. There's another key early advantage. Now down a player. Let's listen in to Lev.
Varanda, Bruno. Vem varanda comigo numa drone?
Até
Vem juntar primeiro, Spike. Eu vou voltar o resto.
não sei muito tempo.
Calma. Eu sei, eu vou voltar.
Drone varanda.
Eu vou voltar os restos. Começa
aqui,
a meio.
Eu vou ficar aqui na viada. Queda meio.
Drone
varanda.
Varanda. Não consegui, tá na parede do meio, velho. Vai quebrar essa parede e voltar.
Mano, tem um cara aqui. Onde que tá parando?
Já quebrei, quebrou meio.
Eu tenho o drone ainda, estamos 4x4.
Overall, calm and collected despite the chaos there in mid, but Forsaken able to find King back over outside of A main, and it looks like Lev now. The time is starting to dwindle. Wanting to bring it over towards this site. Quick check with that from the shadows. Jing going to be spotted by the drone. Spike Scene going for the entry. Will work his way forward onto the side, but hasn't been able to find any eliminations quite just yet. But it's going to be Envy now pushing out from tree to just mow them all down. A 3K form in 6-1. HyperX. Oh, Alex might be pissed, but they are looking great so far.
This is really good stuff from HyperX in terms of having some set game plans, having some set ideas, using that early Phantom spam to kind of keep Leviathan a little bit off balance, and then, oops, surprise, it's an Odin. And Envy there immediately off of Forsaken's TP. Love that he uses it to get information over at B main. Confirms there's no presence on that side of the map. That allows Envy to cheat a little bit further forward there, put that Odin into a position where it can absolutely pop. And it does. Leviathan in this Coinbase win condition. Gonna have to dial up something pretty special because they're getting beat at just about every punch.
Yeah, I mean, if you're HyperX, sure, you commit 2 ultimates into that one, you get the res, you still lose something, but on the other side, 2 ults committed as well, the Tour de Force and the Hunter's Fury, both burned for no real gain. Need to find something, as we'll see if Lev are gonna be able to rally this one back. They're trying to piece together what kind of buy they can get, and widely, it's going to be a ton of half armors, so something wants to just bring an outlaw into the equation, that could still be a very big thorn in their side.
Exactly. Doesn't need to go to the op. I mean, HyperX has plenty of cash for it if they want to, but could be one of those moments where try something a little bit different. They are going to be one away from Sato's ult, so the ult cycle here healthy for Leviathan, but they couldn't get the first round to go in this cycle. So you're going to need to find a way to dial up something a little bit more special here. So certainly with, you know, maybe King's TP in there, Spikes in with the Neon ult. There's some opportunities here where they have some kind of set play ready. It is going to be tough against this comp with all these walls. Spikeson wants to try to bait this.
He'll be able to get the tap. Drifts back away, something not going to be given a glimpse. Meanwhile, TP around the corner. King, is he going to stick this? Yes, he does, and Forsaken has him outdone! Every bit of information. They just have the read as Jing now trying to hold the line. Sato will be able to find the enemy Omen here at the end of it, but something gets himself another kill. Spikeson going to be taken down. And again, Lev locked out of the site. The wall's still available to be committed, and Jing is inching forward. I'd suspect for just that. Creates another off angle. Sato trying to swing and to find anything. Will just find death. Defy gets the cleanup, and HyperX continue to look perfect.
It is incredible, just the discipline that they're showing. And Forsaken, you know, he's so well known on the Omen for being one of those crazy TP players who's going to go somewhere you don't expect. And that's something that Leviathan tries to do to him, and he says, nope, I'm very aware. I know this game. I play it better than most. So looks like Spikeson gonna cut funds to go for just the Neon ult and the full armor. They're gonna try to break through something. Aggressive angle at the op.
Looking for that timing, will have the exit. Spikeson again, trying to up the pace, pops the wall, the overdrive in play, looking for a target. We'll be able to find one, but the spam is gonna be coming through in India again with the Odin. Has the shutdown. He peeks back for more. He takes down King. Neon eventually able to put him down on the floor, but still a player disadvantage now for Leviathan. There's still all of HyperX to deal with, and they can't deal with Squat! Picked apart one by one!
It's just so tough for Leviathan going up against this double Sentinel comp that HyperX is bringing. There's so many walls you have to worry about, so many little traps that have to be dealt with. So this time, Leviathan says, okay, let's see if we can use this Neon ult to just go blow right past the Vice wall, see if we can find the kill, but HyperX so ready for that already. They're lined up high-low at the bottom of the stairs on the back side, and that means that there's not much that you can really do there, Spikes, and at best you're gonna get a trade.
And how long has this running back been available? I feel like Sato's had it for so many rounds now, but just never an opportunity to try to commit it forward. Always dealing with a player disadvantage, him getting picked early, having weaker weaponry. Even the tools that Lep do have to try to turn the tides of this, they're broken.
Here we go.
All out, Thorns as well. Blinded up, Sato cannot swing this corner. Neon at the same time is going to be eliminated. Sato will still be able to find some value. Looks to try to go for the gun. Slow creep across, but it's going to be a drop down from Jing, is off the top of his own wall. Intercepting Spikeson, now looking for a little bit more, but the shot dart's going to be layered in, and Blows is able to find him. A 3v3, best opportunity now for Leviathan. Can they convert this into a win? Dimensional Drift is going to be in play, something now sprinting down, scouting them all out. So they're up in, and Defy! From off heaven, just comes away with two! King now recovering an Odin, yes, but the spike is stranded at the back of Jen.
No ult to pick this up. Just gonna go run around, trip the wall, try to see if he can trip HyperX up.
30 seconds left.
They know what they need to do here. Just gonna hold the crossfire. Just don't give him the free 1v1. Does scoop up the Odin.
Shadows traveling. Smoke towards main, the spot under the spray down. Defy will have the 3K, has the round, and HyperX have themselves an 8-round lead with no ending in sight.
It's incredible what this team can do with some time. A nice little couple uses of util by Leviathan, using that recon dart to force Forsaken into a position where he has to turn to try to clear it to open up the first kill. HyperX HQ likes what they see, but then the combo there of the shock darts and the molly from the Phoenix to clear out Jing. But outside of that, the rifling, it's just too much for Leviathan to deal with.
Devi has died once. It's currently 10-1 at the moment, and Jing, well, he's going to be able to find Neon. Just peeking into B main. Meanwhile, Forsaken poking and prodding. Will go for a quick reposition. TP's around the corner, just using that fast lane against them. Manages to slip the net, but barely. Survives with 28 health, but King at the same time, eating quite a bit of damage.
And Jing's already hustling over. Get a spot out on the blows. A little bit of damage in there, but something off of that drone. Gonna have to back up, give that space over. They do identify him anyway, but this is something.
What? What? That is unbelievable! That is unforgivable! And that should certainly be illegal! Something, you are up 9-1! Give them a hope! Give them something to believe in! He says absolutely not!
Replay, please. Oh my God. It just is one of those days. That is why I just think he's maybe the best operator player in the world. I mean, sometimes you just see he has the instincts to hit those shots. A little bit lucky, sure.
I'm just flabbergasted. Lev just cannot catch a break. They can't buy a round to win at this point.
No.
Something he's looking to continue his reign of terror.
And look at the buy here. It's 3 Guardians. So it's not even a full buy.
And final round down to everything they could scrape together.
Deploying drone.
Rendezvous out. Damage going to be avoided for Neon. Meanwhile, something repositioning, swinging deeper into mid. Jing going to be taking that initial point contact, sets up the wall, rides it, and will end up losing his life. That peek out, I don't think was wide enough to spot something here. So on the reface, this could just end up being blows down. Peeking in even more. He's expecting the jump peek, but sending out with the timing swing comes through, but no, something still able to find out, but slide through sight scene, gets the angle. Cleans up a kill onto something, and suddenly it's the best advantage that Lev has had all game long.
Yeah, I like what they're doing here. Picking apart PaperX players one by one. A little bit of an overstep from the PaperX team as well,
left.
but that's kind of their MO. They feast or famine on that.
Slide in, Envy around that corner, trying to face forward with the Odin. Still is going to be good for one. Look at the second! And Envy delivers again! 10 seconds remaining, a 2v2, the swing and the spike on the floor, Forsaken, faking the TP. And King, it's over, it's done. Out of time, out of hope, out of options. PaperX, 11-1 at the half.
It's hard to do it better than they just did. Already an incredible team. We already know how good they are. And this may be one of their best yet on a map that's been rough for them. They come in to Masters London looking immaculate. Disgusting.
This is way better than we could have anticipated from PaperX, and way, way rougher for Leviathan, who need to kick it into gear. It all is going to have to start from that pistol on the other side. And for now, we'll go into the halftime, and we'll get to hear from someone who I think is probably very, very happy. We've got Frankie standing by with a PaperX superfan.
I might have found PaperX's biggest fan. Everyone say hello to Muslim. Muslim actually had tickets for tomorrow, but PaperX, they're not playing then. So what did you do to make sure you could make it today?
So yeah, after I found out that PaperX will not be playing on the day that I got my ticket, I contacted PaperX on every single social media. I sent it emails on everyone that I know that has connections to PaperX, and I sent a 3-minute video explaining why I'm the biggest PaperX fan out there. And I asked them for a ticket, and they hooked me up for today's ticket. Thank you so much, PaperX.
We actually don't have 3 minutes, but can you summarize what you did say?
So basically, I told them that I've been supporting PaperX since 2021, since my SG, since they didn't even qualify for international. I've been here since Shiva was still in the roster. That's so long ago. So I even wrote articles when I was in journalism, when I was interning, about PaperX. I begged my editors to write an article about them. So yeah, I'm a big fan of PaperX.
What inspires this loyalty, Muslim?
It's just that I am a fan of underdogs. I've always felt like an underdog in my life. And PaperX, I just feel that connection, you know? It feels like if they can go far, I can go as far as them.
I don't know if you've seen the scoreline, but I think it's 11-1. I don't think they're underdogs anymore, Muslim.
Yeah, they were underdogs, but now they're the giants. And then one day, I can become a giant like them.
I think you're on your way, Muslim. Thank you so much. Let's get back into the game.
We will get back in for as long as Lev will give us at this point. 11-1, PaperX, they pick up the pistol. This is gonna be curtains, you would think. This needs to be one hell of a defender side. Do exactly what PaperX just did to them, but at the moment it feels like Lev just looking a little rusty, not quite awake here.
And meanwhile, PaperX has come into this just with a full day's rest. Looking chipper, right as rain. Big, deep setup here. It's PaperX slowly making their way forward. Looking for some kind of contact plays, but you've got the trip there in pizza, so looking to play off of that, but PaperX can wall that off.
Yeah, recon to mid, wall up. This is all to try to sell it as a hit onto the B side, but instead they're just going to be barreling forward, able to get in on top of King, find that elimination, slide across, spikes in, looking for the kill. Will be able to find one. Sato now back, filling that space, has the bandit in hand, cleans up one on the something. The ball now at his feet. Gets another clean head tap.
Spike down.
Jing will be able to take him down, gets the spot out as well. The spike drops behind him, needs to win this and does. And now it is just Neon, 6 bullets in the headhunter. The window already broken for him. PaperX have no real idea what his angle of approach is going to be. They just double stack into hell. Staring into main. Set up on that now. Gets the information, drops down, rendezvous up to the top as the flash fully blinds him up. Fishes for a little bit of damage, drops down, the right click's flying, but it's gonna be Divide. Taken low, but not taken down. PaperX are up to map point in record time.
But then what can you do when this team just runs at you completely fearless, right through the paranoia, right through flashes? And this double down here from Jing, absolutely incredible to catch blows off guard. They know the spike is down, and your normal reaction as a player is to want to get that spike and get it into the site as quickly as possible, but Jing uses that against his opponent.
I will be their nightmare.
PaperX just absolutely confident beyond belief, and now you just have to buy every round here as Leviathan. So a couple shotguns, a stinger, Neon just the headhunter bullets. Full armor on 3 out of the 5 for Leviathan. So not everybody going to be one tap to that outlaw. A little bit of a trap setup here for Divide, but
Wall set.
He doesn't like what he sees, so instead just throws up the wall. Just going to situate that. Can be very easily cleared by Neon. Does have the rendezvous, so could pop it, jump back across. Shot out, and that connects on the Sato. He's down to 3 health now. Looking for that follow-up, and my God, he just cannot miss. The heal is there, but 2 players taken down so very low, so very early on a force buy to try to keep this map going. It just doesn't get any easier for them. A rare whiff there. As Blues does manage to back away.
It's Forsaken checking the smoke. You know there's shotguns in place. You have to be...
If he headshots this, if he just wall bangs him, okay.
Okay.
Careful now.
30 seconds left.
Sato just staying tucked where he can, the swing out, but he's just outgunned, doesn't have the range for it. King, however, does. Jumps forward to Bucky, able to deliver an immense amount of damage, and then he will get taken low. Now the second Bucky arrives. Spike's able to find another kill before getting taken out of the equation, but it's going to be Divide again. Still 1 death on him.
10 seconds left.
To just open up the site, and Neon again now has to do it all. Not much weaponry to try to recover. It's going to be an instant headshot. Divide gets the 4K. PaperX get the 13-1 victory on their opponent's pick.
What a start. What a start for PaperX. You didn't think that maybe they wouldn't come in here and play some of the best Valor you've ever seen? Well, you were dead wrong.
Absolutely. Lev trying to get into a fist fight with a fully fueled train, and they lose that every day of the week. Lotus is going to be coming up next, and Lev have to have something up their sleeve.
Just like he slide over the wall, bro. This guy crazy, you know, actually.
Holy shit. Dude, I deleted this voice. Holy.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Here we go again.
Wrong way.
I gotta be me.
The dream that I see makes me what I am.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
A 13-1 stomping for PaperX. Alex, you had time this time around to make some changes. Why did you guys decide to stick to the Eurocomp?
Yeah, we did try to change a few things, but it didn't really work out for us. It turns out that like everything we try, we need a flash, so we can't play Ilya and Jet. So, and I think this particular comp plays well into theirs. I think having Sage and Vice allows us to stop the Phoenix, you know. So something we really considered.
All right, getting the most value from the 2 Sentinels and the Euro Flash.
I believed in PaperX. I believed in PaperX all along. I never at one point thought that Leviathan were going to win this.
No.
No, not at any point.
Who would ever predict Lev to win this game, right?
Most one-sided half of Masters London. I mean, first time we've seen a 13-1 all year, Billy, at a global event. Ridiculous. That was Leviathan's map pick. That was where they were supposed to try to get out to some level of a beginning. I'm ruined. I'm ruined.
Yeah, your pick'ems aren't looking too great today, guys. I will say that. Utter domination from PRX.
There's a reason why. There's a reason why PaperX are the favourites for this tournament.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think they showed that on the first map. I think the fact that they could come in swinging like that. I mean, Envy having a great performance. We saw the Odin usage. 329 ACS is just ridiculous. Devi only having 1 death throughout the whole map. Mimi, talk to me.
No, this is honestly ridiculous from PaperX. I think they had a great read of how to play their early rounds. And we can see some of those here where they had these aggressive looks, be it these ideas towards mid or fighting early into an extremity, which really shoehorns Lev into going for late hits on an expected side. And I think that's where the Sentinel utility was so valuable for PaperX. They were always holding on to either that wall or some piece of Vice utility to completely hold the other side of the map, which meant they had very quick rotations, were always in the right position to flood, and Leviathan basically never got out of a choke point this entire half.
And you could see the ideas coming from Lev, trying to trip that Vise wall early. We saw it propped up in main, and it didn't matter which side of the map they went to. As you said, Mimi, you saw Envy being able to fight through mid with that Odin. We also saw something with the Operator fighting through mid, because you just had these such key Sentinel anchor players on the other side of the map, which was allowing them to take space wherever they needed to in that sense.
Yeah, I think you also saw this Sentinel utility, when Lev did just try and go for hits, be so disruptive to the way that they were scaling. There were so many rounds where it's one player out, Nexus getting hit by Thorns or a Slow Orb or whatever. I just don't think they did a good enough job of actually baiting any of those tools out in the mid round, because they were getting shepherded into one angle where all the util was pretty much every round.
They were trying to default and break that Vice wall, but there were so many threats out there. And there's been a lot of discussion about something on the Euro, because it's a really unusual pick. You heard from Alex why they want that. They want him to be on the flash. But we got to take a look at this HyperX reflex moment of the match from something, because his op on defense was disgusting. It was gross. It was an absolute vile abomination. He was hitting shots everywhere, all over the place. And he hit a 2K in mid on round 9, and then this comes out in round 11.
Yeah.
Why is that?
That is absolutely disgusting from something. And I think that this is why we were speaking about PaperX being able to start on the defense. We've spoken about the Sentinel, but also the threat of something being anywhere on the map with this weapon, Mimi. He just is too good with it.
It was honestly ridiculous. He got it online, and I don't even know if he died once he got the op. It was just so incredible out from him. You look at this entire PaperX team, no one died. Alex is normally slamming his desk. He's actually happy for once.
Having a great time.
That shot.
What could you possibly not be happy with about that map?
He found a way.
Yeah.
I think there was one like refight A main that he was molding about. Pretty happy otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, now they're going into 2 maps where they've been winning constantly. I said they're on a 10-match win streak. Well, 10-map, sorry, win streak, whenever Jing is able to play Raze. I mean, surely we're about to see more of the same, no? Can Lev actually bounce back in this one at all?
I think for Lev, I want to see what adaptations they make when we consider the defeat that they had on Lotus against NRG in the Swiss stage. And also just bring a bit of confidence, right? I think that we were seeing over-fighting from PaperX and maybe not so disciplined at moments because they knew that they had the momentum on their side.
That is a change from Lev, though, going into now this Jet Raze composition instead, literally going bar for bar with the way that PaperX plays this map and trying to match them here on that map that, like you're saying, Josh, has been so incredible for PRX. I think on defense especially, look for them trying to get another early Operator up for something. If he gets that, the rest of the team gets to be so active elsewhere. They're brutal to shut down.
But this surely plays into the narrative of Lev being like baby PaperX.
Yeah.
But surely PaperX are going to know all of the tricks. They invented this.
Of course, we were literally joking during Swiss stage that Lev had just yoinked PaperX's composition, and like you mentioned, they're going to know those tendencies.
Let's send it over to Achilles and Paperthin to see how this series progresses. Can Lev bounce back?
Thank you very much, Monopoly Man. Yes, that is the question. Can they manage to find a foothold in this series? 13-1 on your map pick. Certainly not what you want to be seeing from this squad. Now they go to Lotus, the stomping grounds of PaperX, to try to see if they can turn around their misfortunes and get themselves back into this game.
Well, no doubt, PaperX doesn't want to let Leviathan pass go, doesn't want to let him collect $200. That's a spot out, that's a dink, but something gets dinked too.
A ton of damage now going to be suffered as Spikesian will be able to find that kill. The heal's immediately going to go through as Sato pushed back up to full health.
Huge early advantage. A good read here by King, at least considering the quick push out. But Envy just going to tuck in, waiting to see what they do. Meanwhile, the rest of PaperX, considering C, Lev knows PaperX's tendencies. They're at least cognizant that there could be some kind of quick lurk, quick play.
Envy slotted forward, given some credence here by King, but will just also silently drift across. No, he's going to scale forward. Does he clear it? He's got to. Has that Sheriff to swing in. It's quite a bit of damage through, but cannot confirm the kill. Envy will be able to take him down to Vi at the same time, looking to still hold the door. Finds one, Pop Clutch is going to be sent back pedal over to Waterfall as Jing tucked away as well, swings out, but Neon has the headshot. The right click's going to be going in, but blows somehow. Manages to stay alive, just 4 HP.
30 seconds left.
Heals for his teammates as much as he can offer. It's now just Envy.
Planted.
That recovered Sheriff in hand to try to see what damage he can get through, but this is looking good for Leviathan. 3 that he has to try to isolate, spots the first, but there's the counter swing. Neon will be able to have it, and Lev will take the opening round. 3 players staying alive. The pistol is theirs.
Yeah, this is great for Leviathan. Get that confidence flowing again. You know, you see this a lot where a team gets blown out on the first map and then is able to bounce right back effectively on the second. I always think back to that Fnatic versus DRX match years ago on in the first one on Bind, and then Fnatic bounced back, no problem. So certainly the start you were looking for here. I think the only concerning thing is PaperX had a pretty good read on this round. They just got outdone in the close quarters battles. A little jump there from blows. Maybe able to avoid the brunt of that right click.
It's on a very early walkabout. Tailwind going to be expiring. Now he's stranded, and King able to just win out that aim duel. Tagged up, but again, the heals can come through. That's Devi looking for anything that he can get, and will just be the one as Sato gets taken down.
Saken went and scooped up a Sheriff. Oh my God.
Push forward, Jing. Belter of a shot, blows is eliminated. Suddenly this is a 2v2. Spikesian will get them back into an advantage position. Forsaken now to try to see if he can clutch this out. The Spike's still gonna be down on the floor at backside.
This is his spot.
Has a smoke, has a paranoia, sets that up. He swings this though, will be to his demise. Yep, King with a stinger, able to find it. Lev rescue the round. Grab what weaponry they can. It's gonna be a Phantom and a Bulldog. Carried forward as they go into the bonus.
Decent damage done by PaperX though. All things considered, if something wins that battle, even very, very different, but hitting some nice headshots there. Envy with the classic. Jing had one with the Sheriff. This PaperX invests a little bit into that round, so therefore, Guardian, instead of the half armor for Devi, go for that full armor buy. PaperX situating themselves to contest this mount hit.
Pop flash out, up and over goes Sato, but something will be able to strike him down. Swings out, looking for a little bit more. Can't quite turn the flash, but it's going to be Envy still looking to maintain control as Jing pushes forward the spike, trying to be recovered, but King falls alongside his teammates. Now just Neon on the complete opposite side of the map to try to see if he can do any further damage here. Otherwise, it's going to be a very clean anti-bonus for PRX. Second tucked in, still immediately going to be found. Some damage does come through, but now have to be a 4K clutch to try to convert this one. PaperX just getting themselves situated around the corner. Flash at the ready, looking for the 3-2-1. They swing ahead of it, and Neon is still able to find 2 more kills. That ends up being very catastrophic for HyperX in the end, as only Jing will survive.
Yeah, that means the economy's going to be a little bit funky here for HyperX coming into this round. Curious what the buy's going to look like for Leviathan. It's a good opportunity for an Outlaw to come into this next round. Jing is going to have that showstopper, though. Yeah, I like this from Neon. Really nice pickup.
Maybe they thought that he was going to be playing anti-flash, turned away. And he just faces forward, takes his chances. He sent showstopper now online. Several half armors, so Neon with this Outlaw could absolutely feast.
And with both boombots there, Lev definitely not wanting to mess with that off the rip. Just looking for that re-aggression. Do get that Prowler, does get a quick spot there onto the last trailing player. Now HyperX gonna shift around their formation just a little bit. As Leviathan taking their time with those aggressive early push outs of B. King trying to put himself in a spot where he can counteract that if there is another walkabout from the PRX boys, but a clear here of rubble off of all of this Sky util. Envy does spam a little bit, but this hasn't dissuaded Lev too much just yet, and that may be all according to plan.
Jump spot from Jing, not going to see anything. They've already cleared past rubble, sliding forward towards the door. Jump peek out. Jing now able to back away, but it's going to be Envy dead. Playing alone forward into tree. Loses his life, something still waiting for this lurk. Will be able to find the shot. King going to be struck down. So 4v4 with the plan coming through. The showstopper now going to be sent out. Spots one with the TP to dodge it. And Jing cannot plant his feet fast enough. Blows able to keep him covered. Finds that elimination. Divine now trying to scale forward. Does have the full armor. And smoke will bloom here in the on space. Clear of the Seekers. Alerting them to something's presence, but Forsaken at the same time is able to find Spike Scene. Re-ride of the rope. Sano looking for the push. Neon able to find the 2 kills. And the cleanup is good. 2 players alive. Leviathan maintaining the lead 3-1.
Yeah, they're playing really disciplined here. Kind of like what we saw in Ascent, but now they're hitting some of their shots. Neon in particular, really thriving. Great call there to dip into the Outlaw. See what they can get done with that, but this win right onto Envy. Envy tries to challenge it, maybe thinking that it might be a solo player. You see this all the time where there's a lurker who's playing with that door, trying to play with info. And that one, yeah, that one's a little bit frustrating. You're going to lose that showstopper too, and now you're on an eco as HyperX. So that's a brutal round. Leviathan giving themselves a really good chance to stretch this to 4.
This time probably earned frustration there for Alex as Forsaken is trying to find this elimination on Neon. Tags him, the knives immediately going to be popped. He's looking for it, and he's able to find it. Forsaken going to be struck down. Neon able to find a second, but Jing is there as well. Comes away with a kill. Tailwind out, something able to dodge that paranoia. Keeps it into a 2v2 as the jump spot will locate him. They know that he's still sticking around. They know he's going to be in this more entrenched position, but he's still somehow able to find Spike Scene. Savai around the back, the Sheriff in hand blows, pulling off of the angle now. Checking towards the baby door, nothing going to be spotted there, and Defy clips him in the head to get the Mastercard thrifty.
I mean, he is just unreal today. 1 death on Ascent. And it was funny, I talked to him in between the halves here, and Devi goes, I go, 1 death, buddy, and he goes, yeah, maybe I should have just saved that round. I was like, where's the bonus, bro?
Could have done, but now a big round to try to rally back into this one for HyperX as they look to tie things up. The economy broken down on the side of Leviathan. HyperX well ahead as far as the ults are concerned as well.
That operator, scary. Oh, what a shot from Neon. Great shutdown there.
Good way to start this one off. Pull off what will feel like an effective sortie of their own. Turn of the flash. Forsaken looking for that second kill, but he cannot get it. Sana will be able to strike him down. Envy now backpedaling over to the connector door. Divine ready to counter swing out from stairs. Envy holds his own for 1. The showstopper's gonna be lobbed in, but Envy ends up getting out in front of that one. Dodges it, but now something on the approach around the back will be noted by this wall. King still alive and in the mix. Just pops that to make them continue considering the flank, but it looks like Lever considering the pivot into the B site where something lying in wait, but he's getting more and more committed onto this angle. Finds one, Cloudburst down. Skirts back and for now, the swing not coming through. players dangerously low. 65 health between the two of them.
Just trying to wait this out, probably talking about how they want to clear this. Do have a little bit of util with the raise.
Ooh. Oh. What a hit that would have been. It ends up going wide.
Left.
King now able to get that spike in play. Has the Steel Guard as well for a post plant. Does he just send it? No. Doesn't get given the opportunity, and there's the shot. Something eventually creeping in behind is able to find Sato, and HyperX with a fuse will tie it up at 3-3.
I mean, this is just the individual brilliance of HyperX on display. Able to kind of outdo some of their opponents in big moments here. Some trades early. I like the attempt of the dodge by Envy. I mean, he at least doesn't die to the showstopper.
Yeah.
But then something all over the map there, baiting out the wall, rotating back through, understanding that they could be going through that door because Devi's holding A site. So prepped and ready, and has a great cloud burst to set him up for another angle, and then he rotates again, and he completely fools Leviathan.
Well, they're looking to maybe go aggressive at C, at least get that orb, try to maybe cycle up another round of Seekers for blows.
Show them we're
Something is going to be there with that operator.
And Neon's got one too here, but he's all on his own. This is scary.
Playing it solo. Something maybe anticipating that TP up the top. Nothing going to be seen there. Neon will get rewarded with that operator. Finds the kill. Forsaken going to be struck down the peak in. Looking for the flick, but it does not connect. Quick reposition back onto the site, trying to see if anyone gives him an angle. Do they swing into this, or do they just backpedal for now? They're staying statuesque. Tucked around the corner. As Trailblazer's going to lead the way. Something considers chasing it, but this is maybe a bit of false info here. HyperX are starting to rotate out, not expecting that everyone is widely just sat here at Mount.
Yeah, they're anticipating that off of that Trailblazer that Leviathan would make a move with that info that was gathered on the HyperX side, but they're being extraordinarily cautious on this attacker side. They are constantly taking these pauses, trying to wait HyperX out. They know that can be one of those things that gets into HyperX's head is they got to keep moving, they got to keep going, and you can use that against them sometimes.
35 seconds, they don't even hear this Trailblazer, so TP forward, they will find this site empty. There is not even a lick of util from the Vice either. It's Jing going up and over, not tripping the wall, and that could be costly. King, however, watching back, I do believe, checking this angle, and Jing might get caught off guard. He's able to find the spot out, but cannot find the kill. Now the Steel Garden at the ready. Swinging from Sato to his demise, something able to come away with one, trading it back. It's still in a player deficit. The Steel Garden's gonna be exchanged on either side. Devi, a fadeaway shot, is able to find Neon before his gun is taken away. Gets it back into a 3v3, and now the knives are here. Something looking to try to break their way forward onto the side. He's gonna be good for one, but Spikesing sits him down. Envy now scaling forward, but it's Devi coming away with blows. The defuse is in, and HyperX, he will take the lead. The operator gets recovered.
I mean, it takes a lot to get there. Again, good flank awareness from Leviathan. They're being very cautious in terms of making sure that they know that HyperX is going to want to get in their backside quickly. And even with Jing trying a cheeky up and over, they're still ready for it. They got it. They got it. Well, that's tough. Yeah, I mean, you have an odd man situation post-plant there for Leviathan, and they can't hold it down. There's something holding onto that Blade Storm there. It's a nice counter to the Steel Garden. Devi fearless for those peaks around the corner. It's little things like that that are so difficult to play against. Very few teams play like HyperX.
Fast hit now going to be coming forward. TP into the site. Spikes in arriving. And Sato able to dispatch Jing. Envy trying to fill that space, trying to push in, but that paranoia does not connect. Devi is only going to be good for one. They up the pace, and it's looking pristine. Leviathan not going to be allowing for HyperX to start running away with this. Unless something can come away with a 4K clutch with the operator. Lev will tie it up 4-4. Tucks back, Trailblazer not going to get the spot out. But this is still a gargantuan task, even for somebody of something's caliber. I have to expect that this is just going to be a save.
For sure. Just a matter of, is anybody going to try to clear him? Try to take the gun? Still some money in the bank for HyperX between something and Envy. Really want to keep this operator going into the next round.
We'll just stick around trying to see if he gets these exits, but Leviathan wise to it will make their way through the connector out towards the A side of the map, keeping everybody else alive. So 4 weapons going to be carried over as they look to build up this economy for themselves. HyperX, it's rough around the edges. Cash in hand for Envy, but the other players widely buying down. So 4-4, Leviathan not going out without a fight.
For sure, and this is them winning a lot of individual battles. They're trying to play off the back of those flashes quick, but Leviathan, because Sato's able to hold the line. Yep, and when he's on fire, that's when Leviathan is definitely scary. Want to see him pick it up. Hard not to like the way he's been playing so far here in London. A little bit of a rough start, though. But that round right there, a difference maker for sure.
Boombot out, TP up. Tailwind's gonna be popped, something looking for the peak. Makes his exit, the updraft having to be used as well, but Forsaken at the same time, gonna be taken down, trying to scale out of that A door. Again, just dispatched by Neon. Now the Seeker's online, and Envy dropped as well. The peak from main. HyperX are getting scattered to the winds.
Yeah, they're losing these 1v1s now.
And now they're rotating off the site.
Now they have to gamble one way or another. Keep that up in safe positions is probably what you're considering here.
And once again, Leviathan just going to look to run down the clock a bit. Go for that slow creep forward. See that they have this site empty. As Devi will start cutting back towards this side, just a Sheriff in hand. Might be good for one or two, but I have to suspect that he's not going to be able to hold his own for very long. Spot him on that Trailblazer. Will move forward. The smoke, however, is going to be dissipating, and Neon is very much ready for it. Immediately has the shutdown for Jing and something. It's time to just tuck back and wait for this spike to erupt.
You can definitely go hunting now as Leviathan. You should be pushing the map very quickly here. They already are. So Jing heard that flash over in water, so he's just gonna try something a little bit different. Nice that you're gonna be able to save that Sky ult as well here as Leviathan going into the next round. Kind of curious if maybe this is where Alex gets involved. Might be time to calm the boys down a little bit. Jing,
yeah, I have to suspect that there's gonna be a timeout off the back of this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think you might wanna, there's a kill for something. You might want to talk about some of these isolation plays that they're trying to make, some of these 1v1s that they're taking. Probably just say, hey, I know we had a great ascent, but let's tighten the screws a little bit. Let's get this ship sailing back in the right direction. Because right now, the wind's against us.
Now you see the timer stop, so timeout call will be coming through. As HyperX needing to try to assess how they're going to get back into this one. Because it's just been a lot of contact fights that they're not winning, resulting in these very early advantages for Leviathan. So I think Coinbase win condition for them is just pump the brakes, play it slowly. You know that Lev is going to be more than happy to do just the same.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's part of the discussion here is, look, we know what they're doing. They've shown us a few fast rounds, right? Like we had the one on the B where they're going to dive in. Don't counter, play for these retakes. You know, we're doing a great job in that regard. Even when we've been at an odd man disadvantage, if we wait for the full forces, if we play together, that's when they're at their best. Make sure you're doing that. Make sure that, you know, you've got the support there before you start making your moves. And just probably just chill a little bit. I mean, the aim's been a little bit off compared to what we saw in Ascent, so those things coming through. But yeah, it is defender's side of Lotus, but believe it or not, folks, HyperX has been better on the defender side on this map, so probably want to make sure that you're getting as much value as you can out of this. Not in an ult cycle, really, other than Forsaken's ult, which you never know when he's got that in hand.
True.
What the hell he's going to do, but
could do something wild, but 2 away from having a showstopper back online. Looks like they're going to try to fight this at Mount, or rather at Rubble. Secure that orb. See if they can come away with anything else, but Lev, they have the numbers stacked up here, so they are more than ready for a scrap. As a shot not going to be connecting. Quick little jump across from Sato, and Neon just paces forward. Phantom at range, still able to find that kill. Seeker's now going to be sent out. Sato going to be good for one. Blows taken. Down Jing, and that is going to be a 3-player advantage. It's a timeout call. Whatever they had drummed up, it's better on the side of Lev. The base in, Neon, good for another. Swings out, and oh my God! Swift on the taps to buy, dead. And it is a flawless for Leviathan to get up to 6.
Neon is actually insane right now. That Phantom is hot, to say the least.
Good Lord.
Oh my God, this one right here.
One enemy remaining.
He doubles down, deals with Divide. That one, a little bit frustrating. You know, something there, got a little bit baited. Thought he could go for the crazy flick. You know, maybe that early one on Ascent got him feeling that he can hit anything. And
now the operator's out of cycle. As a Showstopper, gonna be invested here. Neon as well with the knives, and Sato! Managing to find both duelists. Finds it from beyond the grave, and Neon is still just looking so slick, so keyed in. Will not be able to find the kill on the Invi, but tees it up. Took him low, and now it's just a buy. Dead on the push out of the smoke. Leviathan up to 7. A lead at the half now secured with one more round to be played.
they are just on it. I mean, a great coordination here. The deep flash to get some space. I mean, just insane stuff with the Showstopper into a Blade Storm. HyperX is trying to see if they can counter it. And Alex doesn't like the play, doesn't like the idea. Yeah, losing both duelists that fast. Sure, Sato. Don't need that second blast pack.
Well, maybe not the way that they've been playing.
Right.
As Jing again, that Showstopper at the ready. A shot out from something. Pops that tailwind. Meanwhile, Neon has the operators holding down that position at Mound, making sure that there's no deep flank push coming through. And he will have the jump peak shot Envy eliminated, and there's just no way to counter swing him that quickly. So he gets out scot-free. Flash gonna be popping, spikes in, able to turn that, able to find the kill. Divine now eliminated, and HyperX continue to struggle as Forsaken and risky TP, but manages to get out of it and find the kill on Asado. In with a shout perhaps, blows now gonna be eliminated. King down. Forsaken will get traded, now a 2v2. The Showstopper still available to Jing. Rotating around as the plant will be committed, and something staying in place. The operator getting closer and closer. He's scoped in. Something, however, doesn't have the angle. Now we'll check him. Finds the shot. Immediately dashes forwards. The Showstopper's just trying to locate this player. Will have him. Spike scene will explode. And that's going to be HyperX rescuing as much as they can, making this a 7-5 half.
It looked again like they were going to be outdone. But this time around, Forsaken just in the nick of time, dodges the paranoia. Something Johnny on the spot here. Ooh, Forsaken had a moment. And then, yeah, like you said, the Showstopper still there for Jing. So they're able to make it to 5.
Oh, ludicrous way to close out a 5th round win, but Leviathan still out in the lead by 2. We'll see if they can close out this map when we come back after the break.
Here it Blows of Lev. Now, Blows, what did the win against Energy teach you guys as a team?
Eu acho que a vitória contra a Energia ajudou muito, porque eles são um time muito experiente, jogaram muito nacional, e eu acho que esse jogo deu muita confiança pra gente pro resto do campeonato.
I would say that it brought a lot of confidence for us for the rest of the championship, because Energy is a pretty good team with a lot of experience as well. So I'm really happy that we got confident with that.
Nice. Big lifting for Lev. Jen here with Davai of HyperX. Davai, you guys have the right form, right meta, and also kind of the right amount of experience to win out this tournament. So any worries for you coming into today's matchup?
Personally, I'm more worried about ourselves rather than the opponents. So I think if it's a good day, and I guess good to go. And hopefully maybe they don't play as well.
Yeah.
So, yep.
Okay, thank you and good luck.
Into the second half of our second map here to start off the playoffs. Leviathan rallying back after getting slaughtered on Ascent. They're looking right as rain so far on Lotus. HyperX on Struggle Street. need to find this pistol and try to swing their way back into this. Otherwise, Lev might just be pushing it all the way to split.
Yeah, and it's been on the back of Neon. He has been incredible on that Jet. I mean, you know, we've seen it in the group stage where teams have tried to mimic this HyperX comp with the Jet and the Raze. Not too much success, but here today, Leviathan has kind of fixed some of their problems. They've got some of that confidence. They've got some of that firepower flowing. They've got the coordination going. Everything you need here. Maybe was lacking against NRG. I think back to Global Esports as well, who tried this comp against XLG and it didn't work out. So here, HyperX, the Pioneers, maybe gonna be railroaded. Flash doesn't connect on a King there.
No,
they're still ready.
Looking forward into the smoke to dive in, and he will be good for one. Forsaken. Putting that back. Big pop. The smoke attempt, no, ends up canceling, and that's going to be a big stun out as the Trailblazer finds two. Slows them down. Meanwhile, Spicing just drifting into the site, and Devi is able to clean him up. A little bit going to be offered back for free here by HyperX, but they pivot over to the C site. Plant now to come through. Still decent post-plant utility. Their own Trailblazer, a flash, as well as the paint shell. He's going to fully fight out towards CT.
This should be really challenging for Lev. But they have a couple Sheriffs. So they have the ability to make a difference real quickly just with the shooting alone. That's mostly what they're going to be relying on here.
Smoke in the front of that spike, though. Makes it all the more difficult to try to get onto it, the Trailblazer. Only spotting out the one player. Starting to feel more and more comfortable that all of them are going to be on the site. So Paint Shell going to be layered in first and foremost, just buying that time. Top flash going to be sent. Close going to be good for one, but going to be a Jing. Come away with a killer piece. The face forward to his demise. Envy will close it out with two, and HyperX, they find the pistol to try to rally back in.
Nice, solid little mid-round call here by HyperX. They're given enough space at B that they can rotate in through water. And even though something is going to give his life for the cause, it gave them the space they needed, and they're able to set up for that backside post plant. Seen that a couple times here in London and how tricky that can be as defenders to try to clear that. It's coming in. Outlaw for Devi. It's going to be something with the Stinger. Envy just a Sheriff. Jing and Forsaken going to be grabbing the Bulldogs. No buy-up at all for Leviathan.
HyperX gambling towards the stack. Paint shell damage going to be avoided. Flash out, looking for the turn, but something does get full blind. Forsaken, however, still going to be able to find two as King and Neon get taken down. The tuck to the corner, the Paranoia flying. The push in, Jing looking to try to isolate and pick him apart, but it's going to be Forsaken finding that elimination. Right click does come away with the kill. There's now a chance to get quite a bit more damage through. Takes Jing low, but can't take him down. Healed back to 42, and Zato now going to be spotted as the outlaw shot will eventually find him in the head. 7-7, 3 players surviving. HyperX starting off the attacker side quite well.
Yeah, it's just, again, a lot of what Leviathan is trying to bring to the table here is these surprise maneuvers with the dashes from the Jet to break the angles, and then the follow-up behind it. It almost works. They come darn close. They did quite a bit of damage in that one. So one rifle going to be bought up here. Going to pass that over to Jing. Devi going to stick on a Sheriff. Something with the Outlaw this time.
He's passing that over. But needs to be headshots if he wants to find the insta-kill. Everybody with full armor on the side of Leviathan.
Just looking for that quick little peek out early, but they were already ahead of the curve. Opening the door, looking for that B hit. HyperX toying with expectations a little bit. Trying a little bit of a different approach. Gonna keep spreading the map. They're gonna bump the wall and block the dog.
Well, it stops it from getting any more information. Meanwhile, their own going to be cycled forward, trying to make their way through tree. But similar scenes, the Thorns are there. Shot from something, rather, is going to be able to connect. Spike's going to be tagged down to 10. Blows is a world away, so getting a heal, it's going to take quite some time. So the rotation's going to start coming through. Try to get that Omen top back up.
Potentially, maybe they try to feed an orb over to Jing here, but instead they want to get on the site. They know they have an opportunity. They've been toying with the map. This was some really stellar mid-rounding from HyperX to buy themselves this space.
Sato not there, you can't stop the plan from coming through. Spike's able to turn the flash, turns back, is able to find that kill, but now a 2 for 2 is something trying to slow them down with this approach from Waterfall. Clippers get set up, Jing eliminated, looking for a little bit more. Ooh. Blows, comes away with a second. Now it is just something, still with an outlaw. Swap of the gun, a Bulldog. Trying to find a bit more success, but King still at full health. Still a Sky Flash available. He's gonna go ring around the Rosie, knife out, trying to get onto the angle. Peeks in, and King, wise to it, has the shutdown. And Leviathan with 2 surviving will deny a bonus conversion as they regain the lead.
This is very, very close, playing for some good trades, but that one right there from Blows, that little flick up to the top. Stellar. That was probably the difference maker. And HyperX staff a little bit frustrated. There was something that happened in that post plant. Still, though, a lot of good damage done by HyperX. And they're looking to maybe challenge the mound angle once again. That economy there for Lev, losing those guns. They're going to opt to not buy up any further.
Well, Neon does get a last-second Phantom as Jing, I'm not sure if he wanted to cancel that jump or if he just whiffed it. Either way, doesn't get that position posted up top.
It may have just been a more of an info gathering maneuver. Usually Jing pretty clean with the blast packs.
Go fuck the scene. Let's go. But guys, remember, they break the door. Careful, one guy playing here, okay?
I'm gonna pick a few.
The dog B, guys, dog B already, okay?
Pick easy.
Just return fast. Wait, our bomb, guys.
Bomb.
He go back, he go back.
TP.
Went back. Guys, smoke the hole is here. He's here. Wait, can we swing him or something? 1, 2, swing. From right side, bro. From right, bro.
Yes, wait. I'm going.
Ready?
Wait, not yet.
Ready? Gonna turn him. Can we just go? Because I think we just go.
That's another early kill. Neon's just having Forsaken's number on this map so far. HyperX getting ready to pile into this stack. The weaponry still not quite in their favor, but that's a bit of a bogged entry. Trying to blast back forward. Still getting caught, but Spicy. He'll get taken down. Neon's going to be good for another. Survival eliminated, but Envy quickly trades it back. He's looking for more, and he's got it. Blows taken down, and Sato now here. Just with the classic, trying to peel back anything he can get. But Envy stands tall. 3 kills found, and now King. Trying to see if he can pull off a clutch, but even the damage would still be good. Can he find anything at all? HyperX fanned out across the site. Angles are covered, and it looks like King not going to try to make a go of this, or at least wants to clear out rubble. Maybe tuck away and go for exits. Either way, it seems like this round is going to be done, and HyperX will tie it up at 8-8.
Let's just see if King has been pretty smart. Pretty clever. HyperX none the wiser.
Finding the kill there on the Jing. A bit of damage going to be tapped through, but Envy will get the 4K after all. Secures a round win, but still ends up being a bit more costly than HyperX would like. Certainly Alex still going to have his frustrations, but for now they find themselves tied up.
And you've got a pretty interesting scenario here coming up in the next round in terms of ultimates. Envy's gonna have his, Devi has his, so a lot of ability here for HyperX to maybe try to dial up some kind of fast hit off of the back of those ultimates. Use the Seekers to lead the way, use Devi's ult to clear some space on a site, get a plant in, try to get the round going that way. Instead, looking for the fast B hit here. There is no doubt about this.
It can be a very quick crunch back in though. 2 players on the rotation through Waterfall. 3 more on that A side of the map as Seeker's just going to get cleared out by something. Spike now planted, smoke starting to dissipate. Neon feels like he's going to have to be the one to really break through. Give the team a chance in this position. Something just rotating away from the paint shells. Time still being bought. Forsaken now joining in at B main. Paranoia going to be sent through. Fly is there. Neon looking for the first, has it, but gets taken low, has the knives as a backup. So Steel Garden does get committed to. Rest of the gun's going to be gone now, but Devi falling, but the cleanup from HyperX is looking damn clean. King now having to do so much more.
Last player standing.
He helps get it into a 1v1. The time starting to bleed down. Forsaken frantically trying to find it, and he hits a fadeaway shot. Will fall to the spike eruption, but gets the round win all the same.
You want to go a little bit of a different direction here as HyperX. You're going to try this B side. You're able to pop so much of that util early, get in there, get the post plant. Forsaken plays it nicely, waits out the smoke, knows that he has time on his side because you could just pull him off for a little bit. He's not going to be able to do anything but try to go for the stick on the retap. And it's going to be a timeout for Leviathan. Talk about this defender side a little bit. Things starting to slip away. The economy kind of all over the place for the team. You're going to have a few players who could theoretically buy, but many who can't. So in this Coinbase win condition, maybe talking about some of the overall map theory here. I mean, I think they played that round okay. They're trying to go for the retakes. It's just you intentionally gave up that space on B because you've got the Vice util there thinking it's kind of safe, but you know, HyperX just did to you what you did to them on the other half, where you just get up and over it with those two duelists so fast that there just isn't really time to recover, and because something is instantly scaling in towards heaven there, towards their spawn, and creating that extra buffer for HyperX to get in and get the plant. It's just so difficult to react in time.
Well, understandably, Neon going to go for the force on this Phantom. He's got the cash behind it, and he has been insane on this map. 23, 12, and 3 at the moment on this Jet. Meanwhile, the Rays is left on struggle street a bit. Nearly both showstoppers online. If Sato can get an orb or get a kill, it's looking like why they want to be able to fight out towards C Mound, but there is no HyperX presence on that side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of hoping here that HyperX maybe gets a little bit over
They don't go for it.
Yeah, well, I'm worried about Jing's ult. Like, are they going to commit it here?
It's going to be a fast rotate. Trailblazer going to be cleared before he can swing that corner. But the players now arriving on the B side. Leviathan be in a position to go for a very fast crunch play back into A. Door will have to get broken. As Devi is going to be the one leading the charge. He's going to be able to dispatch blows with ease. Paranoia now going to be sent through with a reface in. Spikeson had not gotten blinded up, so he finds a kill on Devi. Backpedal for something, hits the shot. Neon going to be taken down by the Outlaw. And has a reroute on Spikeson, making his way through upper now. And Sato as well, not wanting to face in towards something, and I can't blame him. With the Steel Garden, do you try to invest this? You have the weapons recovered. 2 in hand. Going to be Showstopper out something. Cleaning up a kill on Sato. As Jing trying to get in a position to come away with his kill, but he gambles incorrectly. He's just there around the corner. TP's across now for the reposition. Jing fighting for, but unable to align that shot. Gets taken down now, a 2v3, so at least a chance to get some more damage in perhaps, and King will be able to do so, but the round cannot go their way. 10-8, Leviathan back into a pie. Need to start turning things around from here.
The good news here for Leviathan is you did make it awfully costly for HyperX. You got some ults out of them. Their economy not in the best spot necessarily. They're going to be able to buy into this one, sure. But you've been doing some pretty good damage. Now you're going to be coming into your ult cycle. You're going to have that operator for Neon. Going to have the Showstopper, so there's some really good tools here to get your 9th. Give yourself another big chance here, but HyperX starting to slowly claw their way into a match victory.
Showstopper going to be sent down and Forsaken immediately. Skips down, gets out. So ult going to be committed to no avail. Slobs it into the corner, nothing found. King, meanwhile, blast back to cross, gets a spot on the King, and that Steel Guard is going to be used very early on, but he is worked down to 1 HP. Trying to hold the line, but maybe just pump the brakes here. As Spikeson TP's into the corner, he's able to find Jing. Fakes the exit, and this could absolutely catch HyperX off guard. And it has something bounding forward. They eventually flush him out, but that play might just rescue the round for them. There's Devi and Envy. A volley of kills back into their favor. Neon trying to assess which angle this is going to be, and he will find it. Envy cannot get them over the line. 2 players surviving, and Lev now 1 away from tying it up.
I think HyperX here just doesn't register that there's going to be these fast rotations from Leviathan. After that Steel Garden, I figured they just have to leave Jing as a sacrificial lamb for this round. And instead, they try to double down and take the fight, but that's a tough one to take. And so something just going to cut funds for the Bladestorm and a full armor Bandit sitting behind it. And again, this is what I was talking about. You've been doing so much damage to HyperX economy. Now it's starting to rear its ugly head.
Just going to go pushing out of this Cloudburst to the demise, and Spikeson is able to find 3. Nearly gets the 4th. Is something taking down the 20 health, and the fast pivots are coming through. No updraft, so has to just wait out these thorns. And Neon ready to pop the door, go for the backstab. Something will fall. The spike now on the floor to buy. There's just no way to break this. The pressure being applied from all angles. And she'll shut down him as well. We'll find even more damage. And at this point, it feels like it's just a matter of time until Neon is able to find him through the wall. We'll be running low on bullets, so have to hold for now, but even for Devi, this is an impossible task. King will take him down, and that is a damn clean round for Leviathan to find as they tie it up at 10-10. Economy on the side of HyperX completely absent.
Yeah, they're taking some really nice fights. Right here at Mound, a great flash from the Vice to tee him up. Beautiful timing from King, who has been so good with his util.
Not a live feed, but might as well be.
Guarantee that's what was going on.
Might be a bit worse as well. Double digits hit for both squads.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is probably now talking about the macro game for HyperX. A couple rounds here where they've been outdone in that regard, where they've kind of brute forced their way through, and I think they got too much confidence from, I think it was round 18 there, where they brute forced their way onto A, and yeah, they got through, they made it work, but it was still kind of costly for them anyway, because they ran into the stack of Leviathan, and then a couple rounds ago, again, Jing gets into the site, but they get the steel garden out, and Jing's the only one who really gets caught by it. He's stuck on there, they've done some damage, and instead they try to go for the refight through that door without the right util to really clear it. And even then, it's still a big gamble because you've given up that opportunity for Leviathan to make those rotates. So probably just talking a little bit more about how they want to approach the map. They're going to be coming into an eco. Something going to go with the Marshal, it looks like. Everybody else, Sheriffs. It's getting close. It's getting interesting.
And it's exactly what Lev needs. They can just avoid dropping another thrifty over. Whole position to extend this over to split. Something maybe with a glimpse, but will just make his exit. Meanwhile, Neon, easy enough shot.
He's been so good on this map, it's crazy. He is out of control. And there's this wall here. Let's see if HyperX is just trying to bait this a little bit, if they're actually going to make a move, because Blows is ready. Oh, never mind.
Okay. Face forward, a hell of a lot more players there than he might have anticipated. Devi's going to be able to find the kill, and does manage to find Sato as well to boot. Forsaken trying to push the issue, but let's get blinded out. But Jing now, with that Sheriff in hand, still going to be good for an elimination. The shorty doesn't come away with one. Neon looking for the no-scope. Jing will knife him, but spikes in at the same time. Swoops in, but something has the headshot. And what the hell just happened?
No way!
He's a Mastercard thrifty, and I don't know what I just watched.
He didn't even have his gun out. Was it a no-scope? We got to see it from something. We got to see it.
These make sense. I can understand this, but now we get to this part, and things start going wonky.
Oh my God! Oh, and it was going so well for Leviathan, but it's just one little mistake, and it costs you so much. Still have the operator, still had the money, but now a lot of players are going to be bought down in those credits. Pivotal round, especially with HyperX swinging their weight over towards the A side.
One from a Seekers, one from a Showstopper.
Yeah.
Indy grabs the orb, sends it immediately. TP past this wall. Forsaken trying to get himself forward onto the side. It's going to be King trying to hold things over a tree, and he cannot hold it at all. Showstopper going to be locked in. Jing able to find that elimination with a volley of kills back for Lev. We're still looking decent, but Jing is looking better. A 3K for him.
Spike planted.
And a spike scene. Having to do it all in a 1v3. He'll be good for a kill or something, but Jing gets the 4K, and HyperX get up to match point.
There's so much has been talked about coming into this match with Jing's Rays, and he's been relatively quiet until this round, and he finally comes to life with a big one, gets the showstopper, gets the 4K, and gets HyperX one away.
They're on the verge of a 2-0 to start off their run here at the playoffs. Leviathan now calling what could very well be their final timeout of this series. Like you said, the money is going to be rough around the edges. Have to suspect that Neon is going to be playing for an orb. He's one away from having those knives online, and he will have to make them connect.
Well, I think this is what you're talking about, is exactly how you want to utilize your util to make sure you can get one of those orbs, whether it be C, whether it be A. Which one of those are you going to think about fighting for? You know, you've got the exact same setup, so it's where do you want that flash to land? Do you want to commit the paranoia to it to make sure you can get it? The paint shells are 100% coming out wherever you're fighting. Just a matter of, is your coordination going to be better than HyperX's if you run into each other? That's just the big question. This is a lot, I think, about just this one specific round, and then maybe a few little macro ideas talking about, hey, let's make sure we're not giving up quite so much space. Let's be a little bit more proactive in the info game. Once HyperX is dug in, they are impossible to drag out.
Well, I don't know about you, but I, for one, would love to see this go to overtime.
This is going to be fun.
As Leviathan
Here.
will need to make that happen to try to claw their way back into this. See if they can get it done. The up and over attempt at the flick. Something unable to find Sato. Just leaping at them, and that alone is enough for him to gain control.
Does give you that Blade Storm.
Yeah, Blade Storm grabbed off that orb, so Sato putting his life on the line so that Neon can thrive. Simplifying a smattering of damage, but eat some back in exchange. The heals are going to be there.
Yeah, how many knives did he have to use there? 2? Couple.
So.
That's important.
To find the reset. As it's going to be challenging here against Invi, and there you have it. The clean one tap. And now can just collect the gun as well. Pass that over to teammate and just hold on to it himself. Looks like it's going to be the former. He'll take the Guardian in hand, and the slow scale forward from HyperX as they continue to creep up towards the more stacked site. Sato just staying tucked away. Mitchell's at the ready, but spikes in on that peak, is able to find something, and blows, gets Divide in exchange. The player advantage very much established here for them. Forsaken does manage to intercept Neon.
30 seconds left.
Elimination found, but now a 2v3. The swing around the back of side. Jing able to find Sato, but the spike going to be dropped, and Forsaken having to do it all. He's going to go TPing across the other side of the map. The util here shrugs off that damage from the Thorns. The spike now in play. King, the first to arrive. The jump spot has seen him. Forsaken pushing forward. Sees him on the other side. Just jumping over that corner. Goes back towards water. The shorty looking for the kill. 17 bullets remaining in the mag. They just go ring around the rosy, the tap of the defuse. Not committing to it quite yet though, and Forsaken able to isolate down to 1. Knows exactly where the other player is, but he only has 6 health. Blows has to try to go for the push. He has to go for this kill. Forsaken though does not allow it. 13-10, 2-0 in the series. HyperX have arrived in London.
And what a start for them. That ascent has got to have a lot of teams shaking in their boots. You would think that's one of their weakest maps, and they absolutely destroy Leviathan. Lotus, a much closer affair, much more of what we expected out of this match, and a great bounce back from this young squad, but it's still not enough. And time again, you hear this. You go up against HyperX for the first time, and it ain't easy.
Yeah, can't be too upset about that one. It's a good rally back after getting massacred on the opening map. For Leviathan, I think there is still a bright future, still an opportunity for them to make a run from that lower bracket here in Masters London. Like you said, you go up against the train for the first time, you're probably going to get your ass beat.
The momentum is heavy with this HyperX team, and not much you can do sometimes. They're just on it. But, you know, the Lotus looks shaky. There's things now that other teams are probably looking at, probably going, okay.
For sure. I think HyperX maybe will have to reassess that depending on who they end up playing against in the next round. But for Leviathan, And see how they're going to be rebounding after this loss. They, of course, are going to be the ones that risk HyperX for now, keep themselves in that upper bracket. A big win coming out as that first seed team from BCT Pacific. But still plenty to reassess and work on with the day off.
It's just crazy. This HyperX team, what they can do sometimes.
They are certainly a wild bunch, but probably the one who's shown a little bit brighter here today is Device. Let's hear from him in the Verizon post-match interview.
There are so many fans who have been waiting weeks to meet their favorite team, but I'm going to come in and steal Divide from them for just a moment. Divide, can I just chat to you super quickly? We know that you wanted to work on your pistols and your post plants coming into London. 3 out of 4 pistols won today. You must be happy.
Yep. I mean, it's a good improvement. I think the paper fans should be happy about it, no? So, yeah.
And are you happy with yourself? Because you were 15-1 on that opening map of Ascent.
I'm not complaining, I guess.
So let's talk then about what happened on Lotus. Because it's fair to say Leviathan weren't able to hit their shots against you in that opening map, but they fought back on Lotus. Did that take you by surprise?
I think it's bound to be a hard map, especially on Lotus, because they're in the same com as us. And I mean, Neon was hitting really good shot, so props to him. And yeah, it's a hard one.
So what did Alex say to you? In that timeout he called after round 20 when it was 10-10, what got you over the line from that conversation?
Guys, I know you guys are chill, but I need you guys to be calmer, okay? So chill and breathe.
And you chilled and you breathed, and now you're here meeting your fans. Very quickly, anything you want to say to all the PRX fans who turned out for you today?
Thank you so much for coming, supporting us. I didn't know that we have so many fans in London, so yeah, you guys are lit.
You're going to see so many more of them. Please go meet your fans. You guys stick around. More coming up after this break.
Incredible win from HyperX there. I'm here with Billy and with Coach Alex as well to have a little bit of a discussion about it. I mean, the way that you announced yourselves on the playoff stage with a 13-1 win, that was something different. That was spectacular stuff from you.
A bit surprising, to be honest, because I know that it's the best man, but I think we had a really good comp against theirs. So it's a bit hard for them to actually come into the sites, and I think that's where they're strong, you know, right in entrances.
Is that one of the reasons why you felt confident in this matchup?
No, honestly I picked it because
there's no shot, man.
Of course I did.
There's no
but
way.
Look, honestly, like for us, like Ascent is not the best map, and we know the Vitality problem behind Ascent. So it's actually I would have liked Vitality, but the boys wanted someone to fight. You know, they wanted someone aggressive.
Your team is crazy.
That's interesting. Wait, so the reason that you didn't pick Vitality then is because you wanted to play against someone aggressive?
Well, it wasn't me. It was I want Vitality.
You want Vitality?
So I came here thinking I'm going to play Vitality. It's going to be nice. And then the boys are like, no. We play someone fast for our first game.
Okay.
So I was like, all right.
And now, presumably, they're feeling in pretty good form. I mean, what was the discussion like between map 1 and 2 when you'd had such a great opener?
I mean, the most important thing for us would be to reset. I always tell them, like, the score should be 0-0 when they think about it. But I think we went in a little bit tense the second game, and it started really slow for us, but managed to pull through. Nice clutches.
Yeah. Their Lotus comp, they seem like they kind of copy you. I mean, there are a few teams in the world that are doing that as well. Full Sense are doing that even domestically. You have a team right now that is thriving in this meta and seems to find like new answers all the time. You must know that the community thinks that you're the big favorites for this event. I've heard the players talk about there's no pressure on us. So what's the mentality like inside the team there?
I think what Ilya said, where we already won one, pressure's a little bit off. I think we're trying to bring that all the time. Traditionally, not very good under pressure. When the stakes are the highest, we're like, oh, okay, we have to win. When we think like that, it's usually not good. So we're trying to make sure everything is nice and calm. I think it's been a good first game,
We had heard from one of the players as well how they weren't really feeling any pressure coming into this event. Is that just like the mindset that you want to have because of the reason you've mentioned? Because of course you have Envy that hasn't been able to lift a trophy just yet. So yeah, I guess what was the mindset coming into the event and how come you're not feeling that pressure?
I'm feeling the pressure.
You're feeling the pressure. Can you speak on behalf of the players though?
Yeah, but I mean, they want to have fun. They come here. I think it's been a while since they've been to EMEA. Last one was Paris. And London's nice, you know, like everyone really wanted to come here to enjoy like the English crowd. And then, but I think pressure-wise, yes, they're trying to keep it, like I said just now, they're trying to keep it off themselves. Just play free, have fun, and let's see what happens.
How do you feel about the opponents that you're going to be playing against? I mean, do you have a prediction for that game? Do you expect to be, you said you'd quite like to be playing against Vitality. Do you think that that's a more likely outcome than the Heretics Vitality game we've got coming up next?
I'm not sure, but it's the grand final of the EMEA, right? So it's going to be another rematch. I think Vitality is a little bit more rest now. They had a long run, right? Actually, no. Heretics went low bracket all the way.
Heretics went low bracket the entire way through. Yeah.
Well, they have the hometown boy, so I think we're gonna meet Heretics.
I mean, it'll be great to see Benjamin Fish coming up next. It is Team Heretics playing against Vitality, the EMEA Grand Finals rematch, as you said. So stick around and we'll cover that.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
In esports, legendary moments demand speed, scale, and soul. Players and fans bring the heart. Technology brings it to life. Every frame, every stat, every decisive play. In partnership with the VALORANT Champions Tour, we're driving digital innovation that empowers the esports ecosystem to keep expanding. So players can focus on the game, and fans can focus on the moment.
Los Niños finally banished that second place curse by winning in VCT EMEA. It was a massive lower bracket run. They beat Vitality in the grand finals. It was a crazy 5-mapper. But they've yet to win a global tournament, and Heretics have been in these finals before. That's another second place curse potentially. Could this be the time, Billy? What's the form looking like for these kids?
Yeah, I think that you have to consider their performance regionally. They got knocked into that lower bracket on the very first day of playoffs, and then went on to beat Eternal Fire in the rematch to be able to qualify to make it to this event. Honestly, I think it's the best form that they could have come into. The odds were stacked against them when we think about that BO5 grand final against Vitality, yet somehow they were able to break the curse and finally lift a regional trophy in EMEA.
Yeah, went all the way to 5 maps. What a moment it was for Benji, getting to qualify here, play in front of his home crowd now in London. He was one of the key players for me when I was watching those playoffs in EMEA. But the team, they stepped up as a whole. Not only was their approach to this meta really interesting and quite good, but the player form made me feel like I was watching that 2024 Heretics team that actually did something internationally, made it to that Champs final again.
It's crazy because the group didn't start off for them like that at all. They had lost their first 2 games in the regular season, and then for some reason, the reason probably being Koshmaris, they just decided to go on a blitz run, and it was absolutely incredible to watch. They look at their peak performance right now.
Well, let's talk about Koshmaris then, shall we? Because he is the guy who turned the ship around for them. He's come in, he's a rookie player, he's a big Neon player as well, and we're seeing Neon nerfs. Now, we've just seen, like, you can play well with Neon. Neon is still getting really strong performances out here, but how do you think Kosh in particular is going to be affected by this change?
I don't think he's going to be hugely affected. Honestly, I would be surprised if he wasn't still playing the Neon. I think that this was such a big win condition for Heretics, the way he played, in particularly their ideas in early rounds of how to take space and fight for opening picks around Koshmaris. Their game plan was hugely reliant on him finding success in those moments. They used huge amount of resources to get it done, but he was very consistent in delivering it.
Yeah, he was definitely the turnaround point for Team Heretics, and I think the coaches were criticized quite a little bit at the beginning when they decided to make that roster change, but in my opinion, him coming into this roster has actually allowed Woot to feel more comfortable across the duelist pool as well that we can consider. And I guess my question to you guys is, have you ever seen a Neon running it down on the Odin, and can we expect to see him do that here on the global stage?
I mean, we've seen imitators, like in America's Jaws started to do it a little after Koshmaris, but he's the originator of this, and it's kind of ridiculous how good he was with the Neon Odin.
Dude, he was fantastic with it. He literally is pioneering something as a player who's just coming in. Now, Neon is not getting picked as much here because of these nerfs, but the win rate is still spectacular. It's one, I mean, prior to the game that we just watched, because I ran the numbers there, it was 8 out of 12 maps Neon has actually won when there isn't a Neon on the other side. That's exceptionally good. I mean, where is the nerf?
And the thing is, we are probably expecting to see this Neon pick rate go up now that Koshmaris is here, because when I consider his time in EMEA, they were playing Neon across every single map, and as you've already kind of hinted at, Mimi, I don't think we expect to see him move away from that agent.
No, I think that if he changes away from Neon, we'll actually see a Heretics that is significantly changing the way that they play, because I think so many of their game plans are built around specifically him on the Neon, on the defense as well, with how they play their aggressive rounds. To me, the change for Heretics, like you're saying, the turnaround, the style was all about the implementation of this guy.
And do not forget, this guy was playing in Tier 3 literally only 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And now today, he gets to step onto that global stage, which is just so exciting.
Well, this global stage is happening in London, and there is a hometown hero in this match. So let's hear from the man himself, Benjamin Fish.
Jen here with Benji Fishy of Team Heretics. Now, Benji, you've played in front of huge crowds before, but this time, this is your home crowd. Talk to us about the different type of excitement that you're feeling right now.
I think I'm most excited to play in front of my family and my friends. I think that's what, you know, I've been thinking about the most, but I hope the crowd's going to be on my side because I'm English. So, yeah, I guess we'll see.
We have to set the bar. So, what are you expecting from the crowd? Say, Benji Fishy, ace!
Woo!
Benji Fishy, clutch!
Oh my god, he's so good! Oh my god! Wow, my English go.
Team Heretics win! Woo! All right, get that, guys? We'll be expecting that from you.
live coaching the crowd there. I don't know if the crowd is going to feel super confident about replicating Benji Fishy on that one, but well, it's packed to the rafters today for PaperX 11 now for this game too.
Yeah, it's tough to do. Do we want to try?
No, you do not. I can't see enough movement. I don't want another scenario like that.
All right.
No, I want to talk about the match further and look at things from Vitality's perspective here, right? Because yes, that EMEA Grand Finals goes to 5 maps, but that was with Vitality having double map ban as well, and still Heretics won. Vitality have come through the Swiss stage unharmed, 2-0. They beat DRG with a chaotic win over Foot as well, but nobody wanted to pick them in the playoff draw. So there's a little bit of a strange thing going on here, where in theory, they should be your strongest team coming out of Swiss based on how the first seed's picked. But they didn't get tested as much, perhaps, as some of the other teams would be.
I think when you consider the opponents that they faced, yeah, maybe didn't get tested as much in that Swiss stage, but I think as well, losing that Stage 1 finals was probably actually the best thing for them when we consider being able to get those reps in and having players like Sayonara and Profek warm up to the stage.
Yeah, and those guys certainly did deliver. I think Kron as well was a huge piece of them playing in the Swiss stage. But I'm still not sold on Vitality. I think in particular for me, the issues that I was seeing manifest in the group stage were how they're playing a lot of these late rounds. You look at a team like Heretics or like PaperX who just played, and a lot of the focus is how good the late team fighting is. And throughout the series that they played against, Foot especially, I felt the way that they were playing these late rounds was often extremely reliant on people in solo positions bailing the team out, not doing a good enough job in my mind of actually grouping up, playing these team fights in conjunction. And I think they kind of got away with it because of just how good that player form was. And if that doesn't improve for playoffs, I worry about that translating against better opposition.
It does almost feel like in moments they were slipping into those old habits, as you mentioned, Mimi, and that's when I start to question the IGL experience from Yampi, being hesitant in making those decisions. We saw it in the group stage in EMEA, and now we're seeing little glimpses of it here at the global stage in Masters London. We need to make sure that that IGL differential doesn't come out on play for Team Vitality here today, because when I think back to that BO5 performance as well in EMEA's Grand Finals, Boo was calling an absolute masterclass.
Right.
So I think this head-to-head today is really interesting and one to watch out for.
Just to pick up what you were saying as well, though, Mimi, about that clash between maybe some micro mistakes, but still hero plays. Yeah, there's no denying that this roster is full of talent that can make those hero plays. One that we don't talk about very often is Profek, but he actually had a really solid map 3 against Foot to be able to push them across the line, along with like smatterings of other big moments earlier on, like here on Lotus.
Yeah, I think that he's the player who is kind of that extra 1% for them to really be a great team, and he certainly delivered. I think if he doesn't play as well as he did with some of these multi-kill rounds, that clutch you just saw in particular, I really don't think you see Vit actually beating out Foot in this early stage, but I still feel like it's a little inconsistent. It's not always this level.
I think on the second map, yes, it wasn't the best, but I think when we looked to that third map, I was really impressed by the way in which he was able to mentally reset. Yes, the numbers aren't looking great here, and I think it's very easy to get lost in this roster when you have the names that you have, but he was one of the best controllers coming out of EMEA last year.
Well, let's have a look at one of the winningest players that we have on this roster as well, and hear from Chronicle.
Here at Chronicle of Vitality, Chronicle, you guys were the last team picked in the draw. Were you expecting that result, and why do you think teams are scared to pick you?
I mean, kind of the same, like expected and unexpected, because some teams were just talking that they wanted to play against us and they didn't. But the reason why they didn't want to play us is because like they know we're doing strats through ChatGPT, like our coach Pal is just a genius. So yeah, I mean, like when you have such a power under your back, it's just GG, like people are just insta-scared.
Okay, thank you and good luck today.
Team Heretics, they took the EMEA Grand Final. Vitality will not have forgotten about that. But the meta's shifted. Neon's nerfed and Los Niños will need to find answers fast. Revenge is on the menu. Will it be Vitality dining out or Heretics doubling down? Let's take a look at our map Veto to find out where this match is headed.
Alright, hello and welcome guys. Let's do the map veto for Heretics versus Vitality. So Heretics is the higher seed and they are choosing their side.
Team B.
Team B. Alright, which means Vitality is banning first.
It's a nice weather today here for the first time. Thank you. We ban Haven.
Haven is banned, okay.
Yeah.
And how about you guys?
We ban Pearl.
Pearl is banned. Okay. Then Vitality picking the first map.
It's getting warmer here. There is no more that cold breeze, so we pick breeze.
Okay.
But I can't run out of here.
And the side for breeze, please.
So bright.
Defense.
Defense. And how about your map pick?
Lotus.
Lotus.
Start attack.
Alright. We have Ascent, Fracture and Split left, and Vitality is banning first.
Yeah, ban Ascent.
Okay. Ascent is banned. Last two maps are Fracture and Split.
One Split.
Split is banned, which
Split
means
decision.
we have Fracture as a decided
start
map
attack.
and Heretics picking.
No.
Oh, sorry.
Right.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you are picking.
Yeah.
Good catch.
This is already rigged.
Hey.
Yeah, start attack.
Giving us a taste of our own medicine.
Yeah.
I'm rigging Emiya against Emiya.
Yes.
Wait, so you said attack?
Attack, we start attack.
Yeah. So let me give you a quick recap. We start with Breeze, Heretics defense. Then we have Lotus, Vitality attacks, and if we have Fracture, Vitality attacks. Everything correct, guys?
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you, good luck.
Winning EMEA, it was really special.
A trophy lift years in the making.
We'd gone second place so many times,
The cursed number for Team Heretics.
but we finally were able to overcome it.
Benji Fishy stands as their savior.
When I saw that this year was going to be Masters London, there was no chance that I wasn't going to qualify.
Going to the playoffs in my first international, it just feels amazing. A lot of teams from EMEA, when they qualified, they didn't make it to playoffs. I am happy to face top teams and actually show them what can we do.
I want to represent my country as well as possible. English crowds are amazing.
I expect them to support Benji Fishy and Team Heretics. This is Benji's hometown, and I expect them to be loud.
Many people think that we are worried going into the playoffs, but I think team in playoffs should be scared of us.
I want you to be scared of us, because we are in really good shape.
Just be careful. We have goats, Chronicle and Derek. You don't.
Show me how to feel
London, make some noise for this European derby. It's Team Heretics versus Team Vitality.
Fighting for the right to take on HyperX in an upper semi-final. We find ourselves here with a rematch of the EMEA Grand Finals. The GOATs on one side, the hometown hero on the other. You got Durka and Chronicle facing Benji Fishy.
It's so exciting when we see this, because the fact that we got to see it only a matter of weeks ago and it being such an upset as well for Team Heretics to be able to win regionally, a match that Vitality should have won. But looking at this map, BO, we're seeing some similar maps creep up that we saw in that BO5. Breeze being one of the starting ones for me is interesting because that felt like a very close affair the last time that we saw these teams go up against one another. I think Lotus as well, Heretics, that has been one of their favourite maps when we consider their performance in EMEA. And of course Fracture, that was Team Vitality's insta-ban in all of EMEA regionally. Of course we've seen it here at this event since then, but it's a question of, well, have Team Heretics done their homework or not?
Yeah, it certainly is. Heretics, they had that time qualifying directly into the playoffs. We've seen one of the other teams that plays 100% on that Neon in Leviathan stick to the agent. We're expecting Heretics to do the same, but I do wonder if they do have changes in order. This Breeze, especially for me, I felt the comp that they were playing with the Sage Chamber double Sentinel was a little bit gimmicky. I felt that losing out on that second controller, especially in their mid-rounding on the attacking side, was a big issue for them against that more default comp on the other side with that Harbor in play.
I think that's interesting, but I think that moments that we've seen from Vitality in this Harbor is Profik maybe not looking comfortable at points. I think Woot being on the Chamber as well has been interesting. It's been great to see his growth from moving to Duelist, to see him on the Chamber on this map. For me, yeah, it's a nice head-to-head race though.
Yeah, I think this is like the matchup though to look at growth since the grand final, how these teams have changed. Vitality, obviously, they went through the Swiss stage. We had some great moments with the stomp to start. You had maybe a little shaky, close game that they managed to close out against Foot. For Heretics, it's just a question of what they've done with the time, what they've actually improved since that final, that they themselves eked out in very close fashion.
And just to be clear, you guys do think that we're going to see Team Heretics sticking very heavily to their Neon identity across this tournament?
I think so.
I don't see why they have reason to change. Like, yes, we've seen the Neon nerfs and all of these things come through, but for me, Koshmaris, he just looked so good on it. And I think that him being on this agent, as I kind of highlighted previously, allows Woot to find more comfortability across the agent pool as well. So I honestly have no reason to think that he wouldn't be playing this Neon.
Yeah, I think it would have to change their style pretty massively if they shift away. That doesn't mean I don't think there may be individual map changes. I think this Breeze in particular, I wouldn't be shocked if there was a movement in the composition here, but I think as a whole, as a team identity, it's going to be similar to what we saw in EMEA.
What kind of identity do you think that would change to then? Like, are you expecting changes on Breeze, maybe?
I would like to see them, at least. I want to see them bring a second controller on this map. I think if you're summing up the identity for Heretics, it's their early rounds, it's the aggressive plays they have set around the Neon. That's what they showed in EMEA. Taking a look at this one, though, that's already the beginnings of the comp they played before. Yeah, that Sage getting hovered. It does just look like a return for them.
So if we're looking at Team Heretics to begin here on defense, Vitality on attack, who's a key player to be watching for Heretics if they want to make this map flip on its head and deliver them a result that they couldn't find in the EMEA Grand Finals?
I think I'm looking at Boo on that Sage. We kind of mentioned that this composition might be a little bit gimmicky, but I'm more just looking to see if Koshmaris is going to lock in the Neon or like what he's doing.
He's trolling, he's got to be.
But yeah, I think Boo has had some really interesting walls, especially when they move over to that attack side. Thinking about how they're using them on the post plant is really nice to see. But yeah, Kosh, let's see what you're playing, man. Playing with my emotions right now.
It is his first time on a global stage. It's his first time coming alongside his Lithuanian compatriot here with Boo. Replacing, of course, Boo's actual brother, now a brother in arms, I suppose. And Koshmar is surely going to be locking in the Neon here to send things out. Would you still assume that Vitality are the favorite team on Breeze?
It was a close affair last time we saw it. I believe it was a 13-10 to Vitality, so really they just need to get off on the right foot, I think, Mimi. I think that I mentioned Profik on Harbor being one of the question marks for me because he had looked uncomfortable on it at points, and of course this is the player that we kind of highlighted needing to be able to step up.
For sure. I do see Vitality as a favorite here. I was critical of some of the group stage play, but I think they looked really good on this map domestically. I like the way that they're using these slower rounds, playing that double controller look, and abusing that lack of control utility on the other side.
Who better to lead you through a rematch of the EMEA Grand Finals than Pansy and Hyperx?
Well, it is a pleasure to be finally joining you here in our hometown as well of London, and what a great game to start with. Call it a revenge match, call it maybe a test of Heretics coming in the hometown. What it is a tantalizing prospect, Mike.
Definitely is. I would argue a bit of a blessing, right, for Heretics to come in. A little bit of downtime, an opportunity to watch some of these games and really, I guess, probably piece together the overall approach here. I don't think we're going to see too much of a difference, but interesting for us to start here on Breeze. Profik, for me, obviously, the biggest talking point. A little shaky previously, upwards trend for him the last few times we've seen it, but he is such a pivotal part of this composition on Breeze that I'm certainly looking for him to have a good game here on map 1.
It's already, obviously, Vitality on the attack, meaning Heretics on the defending side. Lionora trying to get things started with that crunch towards B. So we're going to be in the crosshairs and a quick execution. It's simple stuff for Profik, the man you wanted to see start well.
Well, actually, eventually, he gets the at least one in that situation. So Lionora to shut that down now. And Heretics will pause for thought. They do consider this. We'll find Lurker ahead of time. Opportunity now, the headshot. Actually, I've got to piecing together a ton of damage here. Profik to clean up with a 3K. The pistol secured here for Vitality. Just at a moment where it looks as if Heretics is going to get the one that gives them a bit of access towards site.
And do roll your minds back, right? Regular season, the Vitality was struggling in those pistols. They were absolutely down in the doldrums, something that had plagued them for a long time. Speaking to Powell during that kind of rebuild phase when hope was reignited, there's a lot of Sayonara actually apparently kind of at the helm of those conversations, wanting to take some accountability for them.
Which is actually really interesting for such a young player to kind of be reflective in that way. But certainly for me, again, where Vitality have really kind of stretched their legs a bit, he has been the focal point of this team. We have a weird engagement here. We're actually coming out way worse off in that exchange with Chronicle.
Kind of, I guess, dismantled a little bit of that 4-play stack on B. Now, again, when they identify that, who knows? But Boo's felt enough pressure being put on Wood that he wants to at least be in support, maybe get that heal across and see what can be achieved off the back of that. He's kind of essential at this point, and as you can see, it's a bit of a messy trade-out. Boo does manage to catch Chronicle, but really, the bulk of it was going to be this B hit, but they've cancelled on this.
Indeed, there's going to be a huge rotation here, leaving Durka to maybe catch somebody in transition. Rien's arguably the first in that equation. Going to be a wide open site here, Vitality. Durka still showing presence, so we'll keep them interested at least, but I think they're going to have a very quick confirmation. There's no follow-up.
No, and I quite like this willingness to adjust, right? Even up against around, this should just be on pistols. This should be farming for Durka. Beautiful work early and in position to do more damage. Great for him to build up that ult early. Also just feel confident, right? Get that going as best he can. Plant's obviously going to be in. And the name of the game for Heretics is 1, don't feed across too much, and 2, see if they can make it costly somewhere.
Really got any point of weakness. Other than here, Boo actually going to swing out fine Profek. Now you want to really see 3 of these weapons maintained, but Rien's does have a scope to try and do some further damage, and Boo keeping them interested for the time being. Vitality got to manage their time effectively here.
Yeah, they do need to be a little bit careful, right? There's a fine line, and Durka might be just dying for the cause. It's fine, the round will be theirs, but the silver lining is there for Heretics. They made something out of nothing, even in the loss of a round.
Enemy remaining.
Beat to find Boo at least. Rien's will give it up to the Spikes. The 2-0. It's only a Guardian maintained here. It was a frugal purchase. I don't think it'll have too much of an impact, but certainly here, I mean, Heretics coming out with a ton of damage you wouldn't expect, given the situation here on that approach back into the A side. All progress here. It's Sayonara and Profek to at least capitalize on these opening couple of rounds. Nothing really to note. Heretics Boo getting closer and closer to that res.
Big investment coming back in for Vitality though, because it cost them an arm and a leg, so...
But yeah, they've now effectively got 2 players off kilter. In terms of the finances, slower approach here, maybe anticipating a little bit of aggression.
And probably the right thing to, once you get into the kind of bulk of the buy round, you slow the tempo down, try and get an understanding of maybe how Heretics want to be playing this. Is there aggression maybe behind Kosh Maras, who is an explosive player?
Yeah, I mean, still a terrifying prospect for any team coming up against Heretics.
But it's also one of those things where we have to eye test how he does in big environments. Yes, he did well obviously in EMEA, but does that translate to a situation like this? It's a little bit of a different one where you have to be so aggressive and confident, something that stood out to us.
Yeah, they're a very momentum-focused player, so coming in here cold the first series, if it's going to be a concern to note. That's going to invest here. With Kosh Maras still actually discussing Durka over the top.
That is a really choreographed take there towards that front pillar. That's beautiful. Benji threads the needle, stunning on the follow-up, but it's quelled quickly by Profek. Already a 3v2 and sights in their control. Boo.
Left now.
Yeah, Wood's a mile away. Boo would have to do something big now if he wants even a chance at it.
He kept inside this for the time being, but doesn't really have anybody to challenge onto. Man advantage here for Vitality, and they just need to tuck in. It's forcing Woot to clear all of this deep space. Gets himself into window, but...
No one's playing to it.
Yeah, the clock's running down already.
Yeah, they've got to get a wiggle on if they even fancy a chance. This feels like, as much as these rounds are very costly for Vitality, they are in the upper hand. Boo! It's a formality in the end as Vitality get a good 3 here. As I said, these haven't been clean, right? These aren't the easiest outcomes, but by now you're sitting at 3-0. You know that you've got Heretics' money and finances on the back foot.
Coming out of that as well, Hunter's Fury going to be available for Sayonara. Did discuss the res, it's available here, but again, you have to see how this buy will settle. Josh Morass unable to have a say in these opening 3 rounds.
And I think that's a really big point for me. 0-3, Woot, 0-3. You've got 2 of your big heavy hitters, right, Mike? And they're just a little bit absent. I need to see that ball rolling.
I mean, Woot's been challenging.
He's there.
Kept in check.
Well, speaking of being kept in check, an early challenge. Durka, no stranger to stages like this. And Woot on the other side, probably expecting this. I can imagine the pre-fire should be relatively accurate. No.
I was going to say, if that angle actually suits Woot a little better, but doesn't. Catch a glimpse and just shut down immediately.
That's such a nice early pick again. Above a minute still, plenty of time to play with. All they've really seen is Durka. They don't maybe know that there's a lot behind this yet. So you can imagine Kosh Morass wants information, right? They maybe want to try and stack out the right side or just get involved. So he might be caught here. See how far he tries to progress. Durka waiting for anyone to overextend as well. Kron's waiting for Rien's curiosity to peak. But it's a patient display from Vitality.
3 bodies behind this, though. They've got to do their due diligence in terms of the clearance. Boo does have a Bulldog in hand to do some damage. Go through. Durka to dash in. Doesn't actually catch him on the first tier and stunned away.
And 30 seconds, it does get a bit dangerous now. 3 players on the site and a decent enough couple of weapons to make something threatening. Kosh Morass, though, put to bed. Durka showing that pedigree here. A simple round, but patiently played. Diligence from Yampy on the call as well. I'm liking what I'm seeing. It feels well balanced.
Absolutely. NG, only a sheriff in hand, so not much of a chance to do damage here if he's even given the opportunity to find an exit across the map. So impressed so far. Vitality looks so composed in some of these slower setups. You know, even here, I mean, Boo's unfortunate with that. Step back behind the default. Could have potentially pieced together 2 with the Bulldog. Benji will catch a tag here. Will shut down Chronicle at least. Perfect. Still certainly interested. Will lose a rifle.
Look, these rounds have been costly, man. It is costing Vitality an arm and a leg to be doing this, but the number keeps marching on, 4-0. Vitality not feeling much of a threat here from Heretics. I can imagine early timeout should be on the cards, because as Billy was saying earlier on, 13-10, it was a close affair when they met last in that final.
Yeah, I mean, I'd argue probably in a different way. They were fighting tooth and nail for some of those rounds.
It was scrappy.
Unfortunately here, this is where you come back to the composition. In terms of Heretics' kind of success throughout stage 1, it was built around Kosh Morass. I think that's fair to say. Certainly the driving force to get a couple of these other players certainly playing more confidently.
Yes,
in
absolutely.
Heretics, it's always the, I hate saying it, the age-old discussion, our own game. And then there was always just slow and questions from the outside looking at that. And really, for me, you've got to have everybody putting their foot forward to really take the initiative.
Yeah, and I mean, looking through the Coinbase win condition here, it's take a pick for Heretics. They need something to be a win con. Maybe it being getting Kosh Morass active, maybe getting Wu online. One of these things has to come through, because as it stands, the 2 big hitters are absent.
For me, the big thing here being the operator going forward, finding some value in the early round, certainly shutting down Vitality's ability to just control these rounds from the get-go. Limit the options of Vitality in terms of this early pressure they're certainly putting towards A main. You're actually going to see Wu flip things up completely. A gift. Maybe try and get a little aggressive outside B. That could be the first opportunity, really, to take a round back. Actually pivoting over to mid here, so there's bodies on the other side for Vitality. Certainly you'd hope could find an opener here. All the way into elbow, right behind this wall.
It's a good shout. How far does he go? Does he stay on this?
Get out of my way!
He's got a double! You couldn't ask for a better beginning, finally, for Heretics to get that confidence building. Benji dives in with his own. Finally, the stars aligning here as Sayonara. Well,
you've been
sit
good.
This one out. I don't know if you've been 1v5
good.
That would be quite impressive, wouldn't it?
Plenty of time left on the clock here. Again, certainly not looking for Heretics to go forward and hunt this. They can get an entire purchase under their belt behind this.
And
I mean, it's going to align pretty well with this ult cycle as well.
And again, for a team that's playing quite diligently, I wanted to say that Vitality have been very solid in how they're handling those early rounds. Surely the protocol list now just needs to be aware of having that operator in play, right? Why are we leaving the chance of elbow being taken over? Why are we just going through this without considering it at that point? If this is the solution that Heretics want, they need to be on the money now. This is a quick, easy answer for Vitality if they can catch on fast enough.
We're getting 3 positioned towards bottom mid and a knife towards double doors. You really question what the next step of that process would look like if there is a gap left. I mean, certainly if it's to show intention towards mid, it didn't draw anybody from Heretics. They had 3 over towards the B side, and Woot happily taking that space at top mid.
Bit of versatility here, but the pace and the tempo is a bit different, more direct. But Woot's almost caught the heel. They do manage to slip past, but the pace isn't really changing. It's Kosh, Maras, and Benji in the pinch now. The 3 splitting through mid. They've not really stopped. The W key has been held down the whole way. Oh! It is a fumble and a half. That is devastating after the man was a star leading up to this point. So now down to Rienz, Boo and Woot. Res there for Boo. Let's see if they get a chance.
I mean, look at where these death markers are.
Yeah.
There's no chance of getting back into this. Woot now trying to find something.
Here.
On the way back in, Durko, I believe, just spotted the rifle, yep. Oh, sorry, the barrel sticking out. Sayonara to clean up Boo. Find 2 kills here, Rienz, but wow, actually now that makes it interesting.
Yeah, you can hear the spike, but I think it's just gone that little bit away. And again, yes, a couple of kills in the exits. It looks all right, but it's not getting you rounds.
But what's interesting to see here is Vitality's instant decision-making here to address that. So, all right, you want to take elbow?
Right up the
We are
guts.
flying up mid.
That's
flying
madness. And keep in mind how close Woot was to catching one in the heels, right?
Yeah.
He was a second off that.
But the other thing is, you then note the operator is actually catching Yampy at the end there, but you note the operator at double doors there. He's
going.
Cool, green light, B side, let's go.
And Kosh Maras still yet to get off the starting blocks. Normally, we wouldn't harp on about it, but it's such a stark contrast to how he was performing in those games leading up to this qualification. And we haven't seen him tested like this. He came out flying. He looked confident. He looked locked in. Here, he's locked out. 0 to 5, and we saw that shot in the last round. He's got to wake up. It's not a one-man game, but when he was so exceptional, we ask big things now.
But again, to come back to the composition here, it's like, what, other than going hyper-aggressive, how do you get Kosh Maras into the thick of it in some of these rounds?
I mean, we were questioning that during their route to this
yeah,
point.
Absolutely,
it was just this wild aggression, very well handled, really in your face. But look at the tempo again, Vitality just kind of crossing the T's, dotting the I's. Need to see that protocol list kept in check. They're going to note that Benji's on the switch here as well, over towards the A site. How do they want to approach that? Already, Durko getting the first couple of steps towards that A site itself. Rienz. Considering getting a bit of chip here, but it's Benji on the invest. He's tucked in the corner. Kosh Maras on the flank. This could be huge for him. We're going to have the Hunter's Fury on top, taking all the attention, potentially hurting them back. Kosh Maras finally drawing blood. Woot in the follow-up. We're getting a bit of action now.
Now it's Profek to try and hold down this space here. He needs both, and Kosh Maras
there he is.
will double down.
Finally.
Spike not planted yet.
I know, they've been held at the door, right? With that Viper's pick coming in, you had the Hunter's Fury on top. This took a lot to get to this point, but Kron and Sayonara, there's going to be a chance, and it's slim to none. Kosh Maras remembering who he is. 3 big kills, and another big round now for Heretics.
Both starting 0-3, but both delivering 3Ks now to get themselves back into this opening map. And for a moment there, when the pit actually spreads backwards, sure, it cuts off any further progress behind sight, but doesn't deny that plant. Vitality still don't get a window of opportunity to find it. It's just such a chaotic exchange towards double doors.
Nice! Let's go! Nice go! Nice! Let's go!
And even here, signs of life. Still a 5-2 scoreline. Heretics will break the purchase at least. A couple of ults to consider here. Yampy just one away from the null command as well. It's Chronicle and Durka to invest.
Again, we noted how fragile the economy had been. So many exit kills going over the other way, but apparently Vitality don't care. The slow tempo to the quick. Can Heretics now soak the hit again? Simplistic stuff, straight up middle, putting both of the players back to the wall. The flash is heaven sent from Yampy. Durka teed up to succeed. Plant should be on the cards. Recovered weaponry. They got the keys to the castle.
Certainly do. A pit here for Chronicle, and it will be invested. Awkward in terms of the spread, but we'll give them an opportunity to cut off some of the approach. I mean, Heretics still look very interested in this, though. Morass, yeah, kept at bay here. The stun won't get him anything. Woot behind Durka, though.
All right, just bulldozer in, I guess. Keep going. Can you get past Kron? That's going to be tougher, and it's not going to work. You might want to call it quits on this, but Kosh Morass fancies his chances. Does he still? Probably not. Yampy setting up this round, and he might be the one to tee it up to close there. Off the back of the trade, Vitality flipping the script again. The pace they're coming back in with, Mike, I love that.
So decisive. Again, this is on the back of what a Guardian and a Phantom invested. This flash is sublime from Yampy. Again, two players looking to get aggressive in front of default towards main, but it's the perfect recipe. Unfortunately, there's nobody top mid to really stop that from spiraling out of control so quickly.
We got the double timeout burn here, first half. What's that saying to you, man? I feel like you're trying to get a grip on the roster.
It feels like a panic button.
Yeah, it does.
To be honest, some of these round wins for Vitality very telling in terms of confidence levels, in terms of comfort here on the stage. I think Vitality looking to strike, whilst Heretics are looking a little shaky.
And I love that point, but I do want to kind of take this a little bit of a further step back. I want to give credit to the coaching staff for the prep coming in here from Vitality. The fact that they played this relatively recently in the finals, a very close affair when they met last time. But they've come back in with a really good tempo read, it feels like, a good understanding of how they want to deal with Kosh Morass and potentially Woot. Now, we've had a couple breakthrough rounds from those two, but it needs to be a bit more than that now. The depth gets tested. So credit in my mind is there to Vitality. It was always that question mark of what have they done between then and now? And I think we're seeing a little bit of that here in front of us.
Certainly seeing a different approach here and a different level of confidence, certainly. Again, the big questions throughout stage one, it's what the hell's going on with the in-game leadership? What's the call? What's the direction? Everybody kind of wanted to have their say and do their own thing now. Terrifying prospect. I mean, most of these opening duels are stacked 3 or 4 deep on the side of Vitality. Again, kind of nerfing Boo's ability to go forward with somebody, find a trade, get the res off and really find the value there. I mean, the low-hanging fruit value of playing the Sage here, and we're not really seeing anything outside of that in terms of the utility to shut Vitality down. It's always a two-pronged approach here from Vitality that's difficult to get value off a slow orb or a wall somewhere.
And again, after the back of a timeout, look at the pace. Slow it down. Let's see if they're running some deeper aggression. They try and do something a bit weird and wonderful. Let's take our time. And is the reward there? Yes, at least in the form of information. Kron can't quite punish it, but it's got Durka going back in. Man, he makes stages like this just look so comfortable for himself. A treat to watch. And a rough one for Heretics. It feels like they've been trying here, but it was a very simplistic answer to go aggressive on the extremity. And now that puts Woot right in the crosshairs.
Ooh, Durka actually onto the angle behind the Cloudburst. Won't be noted just yet. Again, this is all just a bit of a feign of heavy intention towards A here. Kosh Morass got to be careful. Finds that one to Yampy. Big kill to find.
Oh, that's absolutely huge for him as well. Holds the line, denies that quick little pivot that maybe they were working off the back of Durka being a distraction. Now the pivot comes in, though. Where does Vitality go? Pick your poison at this point. The stack on B or Woot potentially on A. It looks like they fancy their odds on B. Kosh Morass still patrolling over towards main. Benji pushed up towards that front side. Pillar and Boo on the back lines. There's that wall, 18 seconds. Could buy some good time, but it turns the eyes from Kosh Morass. Oh! Heaven sent kill for him! And the absolute depths to that. What a bailout with time like this. I don't think you got any.
Boo looking to get a little more curious. We'll try and hold on to this as best they can. It's just Durka and Prophet hold on to weapons here. And the first time we've really seen Heretics force a scramble out of Vitality, and the clock basically deciding that. It was so late in the day.
And was this coming down to a little bit of the fact that they didn't know where Boo was? We've seen him towards A. It's been a little bit fluid in where they're kind of placing Benji in this and kind of flipping where those positions are.
Because at the moment there, where it's like, yeah, we tag Woot with the drone. We know he's going to be playing aggressive off the TP. He's obviously got an operator in hand. Certainly a window. If you're going to coin flip the mid-round like this, send it up double doors again. They found success through that. A-splits have been really hard for Heretics to handle.
I think they've heard you. Straight up middle, through double doors. I think they might like what you were saying. Now, do they continue? They've seen Boo here early. They've heard the operator. They now know what's going on. The flash before was fantastic. This time, not going to have the same level of success. Sight now under scrutiny, and Woot's in trouble. The flash! I doubted it! You can see what Yampy can do on these sites. But now Heretics are in support. They have their players on the right side of the map. You've got to keep your eyes on some of these players. Prophet, Sayonara, slicing through the lines, leaving just Kosh Morass. My God, Vitality, keep it simple. It looks damn good.
I mean, yeah, the slower round, certainly their demise, but another beautiful take. I mean, what did Boo and Wu do in this situation? Yampy finding comfort once more in this role. It's been a long time coming, and a historic role for him, but these flashes opening up the sights perfectly. And Wu just he can't find a comfortable position back against the wall anywhere on this site right now.
So then do you just have to push him up in towards A main? Do you try and play him down middle? Do you try and get him active? He was good in elbow. Do you have to then free him up? Maybe let Koshmaras be a little bit more of the anchor almost. I don't know how you start investing into this. Oh, they've given Kron the operator. Oh! All right. Give Kron the operator!
But like I said, these first engagements are always stacked up by Vitality. They can't go for the res in this situation.
Oh my God, this is just a beauty to watch, but it's getting hectic on the site. Yampy wants that spike down. He wants a bit of control here. Woot's still patrolling. Benji's unknown, and Rienz is lingering in the back lines. Dirk has done enough. Already takes a bit of work in towards double doors and pushes further.
Spotted him.
He can see the blood in the water, but a miss. Rienz gets to live, but barely breathing on 10. Woot, you've got to be a bit of a hero here, because it's all on you in a 1v3. It don't matter. Kron is on an absolute heater there. What the hell did that man just do?
Absolutely beautiful. And I think this is just desperation from Boo. It's like, right, go forward, take an opening duel, I'll res you, whatever happens. But he's just caught with his pants down, trying to wall off here for the res. Vitality.
David, have some balls, yeah? Have some balls.
I think that is the game plan. Yeah, it's just ballsy plays up mid once more. Again, very fine margins. If a couple of these Heretics players win that opening duel, Wu can TP out, Boo can then throw a slow orb in, wall something off. It could go completely
It's coin flips, man. It's coin flips. But if you're backing yourself, if you're, as I think Durka put it, having some balls, it seems to work out. You've had Durka doing so much on those extremities, and Kron doing the same thing was absolutely nuts. Because I think Heretics had, I don't say the right answer, but it's the one that feels logical. But again, how far do you want to dig deeper here? Wu, you need control somewhere. And a rare miss and a second chance at life for Woot.
One of the few situations, though, there's two players stacked behind Woot's opening position here. Vitality still anticipating further aggression elsewhere, but I think Rienz and Benji are going to be happy to tuck into B site here. Boo going to be noted. Koshmaras on the judge up close and personal. Is he cleared? Well, he might just be cleared off Hunter's Fury, but a couple of misses.
Yeah, he's good. He's still good here. Nah, you don't. You wouldn't dare go that far. Oh! Okay, it's fine. Koshmaras got that. I was so scared Durka was going to do something stupid with that. But it's fine. He's won his fight there. They've won out on that side of the map. But the pivot's already coming in here. Can Heretics identify that in time?
30 seconds left.
I'm going to get a sound cue here on the back of Rienz's position. Standing ahead. That's not going to find him. Yampy will find Woot, though. 20 seconds left on the clock, Lauren.
They got to go, and they're going into 3 here. They've picked the harder side of the map. They don't know about it. The rotation's in. Rienz and Boo standing side by side, holding the line. 13 seconds, and a young gun has to do it all.
10 seconds left.
3 players and a spike to plant? Come on. I think he knows this one's done for Boo to close the account. It's 4-8, Mike. It's competitive in the end, but the way these rounds went, Vitality looked good.
Absolutely. Again, Heretics just being shut out of so many of these rounds that it felt like a formality. Vitality would have the advantage here in the first half, but anywhere Heretics can bring this back in a second. Certainly have their work cut out for them.
Oh, they absolutely do. So while we take a moment of a breather here on the half, we'll be handing it over to the stage where Frankie is standing by with 2 very special guests.
Reese is Benji's best friend. Charlie is Benji's brother. He is the toast of London right now. Reese, what's it like seeing him playing in London as you've been to all the events he's played at so far?
It's lovely. It's so good to see him in London. He's been wanting to be here for a long time. And for me, I've been to Shanghai, Paris, Berlin, and it's a lot cheaper, I'll tell you that.
Basically, he's taking you around the world.
Yeah, exactly that. It's nice to see him all around the world, but hometown's a lot better.
The years of friendship paying off. The years of being a brother hopefully paying off for you too, Charlie. Do you get nervous on his behalf?
No, not at all. He always messages me before the game, and he says, no, don't worry, this one is the freest game. I've got this. Don't even worry about it.
He said that about this game that's happening right now.
Yeah, of course. It's fucking. Who are they called again?
Oh,
Vitality. Vitality. It's easy. Come on, man. Yeah, come on.
I mean, you say it's easy, but Benji and Team Heretics never won a Masters before. Why do you think this is their time?
That's a great question. I have no idea. But you know what? I believe in blind faith. I believe in playing in your hometown, you know? You've got it. How hard can it be?
Yeah. Reece, do you believe in a lower bracket run? I'm not saying it's getting into that situation yet, but you know what? We love a miracle.
I mean, we can do anything. Lower brackets is exactly what we want. More games to watch, so I'll be excited if we do.
More games to watch, more games to ramp up to the grand final. But first of all, Team Heretics, they really need to take down Vitality.
All right, don't worry about the swearing. Frankie has the foulest mouth backstage, so if anything, it's probably her fault.
Comfort zone for her.
Yeah, she's like, well, perfect. Okay, so kind of let's summarize this half a little bit and kind of lead into the second. Because it felt like Vitality have set a bit of a tone to this now.
Certainly, yeah. I mean, so decisive in some of these early rounds. And I think definitely catching Heretics off guard. You can see so many times where there's a player going forwards, not expecting to find 3 or 4 people staring them down, and Vitality run away with the early round. They're just a little disappointed not to see the turning point earlier on in the half where Heretics were happy to commit to some of these opening games. It was Wu kind of probing, maybe a second player alongside him, but...
Sorry, I get a bit nervous when I saw Koshmaras kind of like diving in a sec. But that is the play to look at, because we called out the fact that they were very slow on the start, but they've got themselves towards the top of the board. They did start coming online towards that later part of this, but look at Elbow, and they might fall into this trap. I don't know if Wu knows about
spotted
this.
the TP.
The temptation too much to back away from it, but Chronicle, again, the confidence is sky high, and it's going to be punished. And Durka on the delivery, though, trading it out for V2. The early damage is there.
Even early on there, what is that from Durka? Just to catch Rians.
Come on, man.
The glance into main, Yampi to find the killing blow. Another pistol converted here from Vitality. 4 left standing, Lauren.
And keep in mind, this team was one of the lowest rated pistol round teams.
I mean, they were awful.
They were shocking at it. But what a difference.
Durka shot here. You see this back into main. Beautiful stuff. Unfortunately, maybe a little blind faith required here in the second half. Heretics on the back foot once more. Couple of Guardians, Durka again. The scope, and Yampi actually the one to invest the most here. Heretics might get spotted out by this drone. You need to up the way. I mean, the TP spotted previously, not placed here, so won't be any early indicators for Vitality to go forward, but don't expect them to. I mean, the benefit of the scoreline, certainly this purchase compounding that.
There. And again, do remember, this is Vitality's choice. So don't fear just yet. Obviously, I think the memory of how close the previous series was, and on this map especially as well, is going to be in mind. I mean, Lotus, similar situation too, so I think we are on.
I mean, you could argue Koshmaras having a slow opening game. Here we go to Lotus, and certainly one of the bigger win conditions for Heretics. May not be there, we don't know. This map's not done.
No, it's certainly not.
Lotus could certainly be an opportunity to turn things around for that individual.
Sayonara, getting ready to set. Oh my word! It's sharp stuff from Chronicle. It is only pistols, so making it look quite easy here.
Poison's off.
And sadly for Heretics, I think they're not getting those little win conditions they were looking for. Potentially a chance to get a plant or catch a player. No, catching nothing here. Chronicle just building up ult orb after ult. Look at that, 4 kills. Simple stuff for them, very in control, Mike.
Flawless round 2, unfortunately, with this scoreline. Feel like the beginning of the end for Heretics. They can really piece together something to take back control and shift, honestly, the momentum.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels like they're a little absent here. I want Heretics to get a little fired up. Even in the losses, that's fine. In the first half, in the first couple of rounds, even when they were catching a couple of exits, making the rounds a little costly, I was like, okay, they're still in this. I don't want that to slowly filter away. That's my concern. However, a buy in hand now. Koshmaras, I need you to really find that X factor again. There's the flash in. Boo gonna be able to tuck himself away towards main. But Vitality looking like they want to be bullish in approach. They want to keep this space. They want to stamp their authority very early on. And I like the reaction on the other side. Deeper hold coming out. Very traditional in approach.
Two players here are giving me these early signs of indication. Chronicle has to respect this though. Big reveal coming through. No spam. Able to connect here and a wall. Potentially secure control for the time being. Plant will come through. Full 5v5 in the post. Koshmaras the only one to really take notable damage here.
And it feels like Vitality were playing to the potential of this, considering how deep they were sat on B. There was never going to be like a risk to life unless someone went insanely deep on that. Durka trying to spam away, but Boo the one to take potentially first contact. We do see a late bit of presence coming in through elbow as well. There's the reveal. Anyone punished? No. Again, being held back by the wall, by the util, by everything that's in play. Vitality aren't getting much of a look in here. As Profek tries to take a look, it's Wood to find Kron. Maybe just trying to keep him locked in at this point. Do something with this. Durka's doing a lot of something with it. Okay. I mean, round's gone, right? Round is gone, but...
Yeah, but I mean, the damage is huge. This damage is massive.
Oh, Benji, you needed something.
With the scoreline here, everybody falling there. Again, yes, the round goes in their favor, but it doesn't exactly enable a comeback.
No, it certainly
off
doesn't.
this round victory.
One.
Fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair play. All right. Get a few of those, but... And look at this knock-on effect. You're saying it. We had to see the comeback, right? This has to be not near on flawless. I mean, pretty close. 10 rounds found early for Vitality.
With the decision making in that round, at the point where Vitality just calls like, right, box
Lock
them in.
Yeah. All right. Does it work out for them? This is a huge round for Heretics. All eyes on it if they want a chance to bring this map back to some sort of fair fight.
3 light shields for Durka to punish as well.
Oh, dear.
Doesn't catch a bite here in mid, but Heretics now stacked up to follow this drone potentially. Big info for Yampi.
That's 4. He's seen it all. Does he get to live through it? Koshmaras denied on the scale up if he wanted to burst towards backside, but it's Profek who takes a look and takes a life. Bye-bye, Koshmaras. And there's no trade, and there's no pressure back in. They're starting to look like they're stalling out here. Woot's got Durka down, but you've got Yampi spraying and praying. Kron in unison. Rienz and Boo trying to bring back Benji on his feet, and it's Boo finding more. Trying to hold on now in a 3v2, but put back into their place. Heretics with 2 standing. Sayonara getting the info on 1, and he still has that reveal. Double swing. Oh, it's so easy for Vitality. How are they making it look simple in these scenarios?
I mean, even here, the res is bold to commit to here. That initial spam through, but get us the timing here to find that kill to Koshmaras. Cut the sight lines, completely isolating for the rest of the team, and you even said it. No trade. Who's swinging through that? Who's swinging into the big unknown behind that wall? Great work here from Vitality to remove the head of Heretics on this approach. Just like that, 11 on the board and a byproduct of round 15 once more. Now, Vitality win the follow-up. And look what you've got to prevent map point.
As you said that, the longer game defined on those last 2 rounds pretty much. All right, give me a miracle here, Heretics. I'm all aboard. Show me what you got in mind. Does it bank on Wood? Potentially. And he's...
Hey.
What? Where and how?
That was Chronicle, yes, the bricks.
God damn. They've been working, man. They've been working. Look at that little like jump spot that they've got on this. Filth. Heretics looking for a new solution, a new way forward, a new way out, really, but eyes are already there. I'm seeing Kron look that way. Seeing Sayonara could be, maybe keep it in mind already. Profek coming over, it's Durka given the freedom to fight, and then Sayonara goes in. Great work from Benji, but quickly handled. As Boo and Koshmaras might need to face the music on this one. 12 looking like it's fated to be on the boards here. Make me a believer, Boo.
Wow.
I mean, it ain't pretty. Yeah, it ain't pretty. But it will get the job done. It leaves him down low, though. But Morass can't make it there any faster now. Support's on the way.
Slide on, find the first. Yampi cleaned up here.
30 seconds left.
He's seen
Get off
one.
the rifle. They try and make a stand here.
I don't think he knows they're there so fast. I mean, Durka's had a bit of a map here as well, quietly working away, putting them up to 12 rounds now. And Heretics held on 5. And it feels rough looking at this. Looking a little flat here in the end, losing a lot of that burst.
What a display from Vitality in this opening map. And if there was any questions about coming back to probably a little bit of an awkward series to kick off playoffs, but certainly looking to make a statement here. In their comfort zone, you could argue.
Yep.
Durka and Chronicle with ults to invest here. I think Yampi just missing one more, and Durka over the top looking to seal the deal on this map.
Man, he wants them buried. You can see he wants to go further. Oh, he is, he is, he is. He actually is hunting them down. Brienne's, he can't run away. Durka is just hunting them round the map. Down to 4, they get a plant. And they put 2 on him. More than man marking at this point. But he still fancies a go, can't do it. Benji stands tall. Good follow-up from Morass. We're in a 4v3. Kron, Yampi, and Sayonara next in line. But numbers sitting with Heretics here.
Certainly a man to the good, but still a chance here for Vitality to get something. Chronicle found Benji. Sayonara here looking to get aggressive onto default.
Yeah, it's Morass. Oh, that's nice. Wood comes into effect as Kron. The time might decide this, and simply they do not want to play his game. Have to wait and watch. And a lifeline, a little bit of hope potentially found.
Find themselves number 6, but again, ult starting to come online here. The finance is still going to be comfortable. Vitality alongside that. And even here, great recovery for Durka. Finding that opener. At least here, the confidence still in play. Heretics take double doors. They look to get right behind that, set up in towards A main. Unfortunately, look at the minimap now. They could be walking into a blender over towards B.
All right, round by round, boys. Name of the game. No more timeouts, no chances until you get to OT. That would be the first time you could even speak to your coaches. Morass, 12 to 13 so far. First time really being on stages like this, though. And already coming away a little bruised off of that first engagement. But look at the other side. Oh, that's messy from him. Not what I'm used to seeing. We know his caliber. It's not on display here today.
Get the sight at least on the back of that. Again, doesn't create an opportunity for a comfortable plant at all. Pop of the ult here. There's any util to follow up, and I mean, Vitality going forward just yet.
I mean, the widest swing of your life there. Yampi does get traded down, but he's going to be able to tell him exactly where Boo is, where all of them pretty much are. The swing, and it ain't a miss this time. Sayonara there, Boo in unison. Rez now considered invested. Boo's back on his feet. Yampi still punishing. Pit's still there, though. Got to play it forward. Benji, the last line of hope for Heretics now.
He's got Snakebite.
And he's
really
got
slowing
time.
this down.
Benji's got every tool possible here. He is being walked on, and Sayonara's caught him. Time is going to be tight, but I'm pretty sure, Mike, they've only gone and done it. 13 to 6. Vitality looking in control. What a difference from when they first met.
Absolutely, looking so confident. The biggest thing for me is around this mid-rounding, the confidence to execute some of these pivots. Absolutely textbook from Vitality here in map 1, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Lotus after this.
Yes.
Nice. But David, have some balls, yeah? Have some balls. It's fine.
David, do you have anything you want to go say?
Yeah, thank you guys for your effort. Yeah, guys, imagine 2 weeks, yesterday effort, tomorrow effort, yesterday effort. Yeah, make an effort to win a pistol.
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again. Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park. Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats.
Tired of off-season blues once Champs is over? Fear not, because Valorant is coming to the Esports Nations Cup, where players split from their clubs and compete for national pride. Will EMEA turn every round into a chess match? Is Brazil about to turn every map into ranked? Will Team USA ego peak every single angle? The final event of the year is not to be missed. Esports Nations Cup 2026. See you in November.
Thoughts on the ball like Facebook, yeah. Got them from Great Boy. Send your podcast to the Great Boy. Hey, put you in your place, look. Thoughts on the ball like Facebook, yeah. Got them from Great Boy. Send your podcast to the Great Boy. Send your podcast to the Great Boy. Send your podcast to the Great Boy. Hey, put you in your place, look. Keep your thoughts on the ball like Facebook. Yo, got them from Great Boy. Send your podcast to the Great Boy. Hey, put you in your place, look. Keep your thoughts on the ball like Facebook. Yo, got them from Great Boy. Send your podcast to the Great Boy. Great Boy, 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 Gre Send your punk ass to the grave, boy. Send your punk ass to the grave, boy. Send your punk ass to the grave, boy. Send your punk ass to the grave. Hey, hey, yo, yo. Hey, hey, yo, yo. Send your punk ass to the grave, boy. Send your punk ass to the grave. Send your punk ass to the grave.
Turn the light, tell me what you say. Here with Coach Kala Vitality, that was easy breezy. What made it easy for you guys?
To be honest, I'll give all the credit to Scott. I think he's been putting in a huge amount of work on that map over the last sort of 2 weeks since that grand final. And the boys have done the same as well. I just had the piss getting taken out of me for the amount of times I've said just how much effort they've put into it. But it's paid off, especially on that attack side. We saw a lot of the small details and the tweaks that we found in review, and the boys just executing those consistently. So that's a dream map for a coach to watch for sure. So.
Doubles in the detail, practice makes perfect, hard work pays off.
You hear it there from Pal, that all of that adjustment that they made coming out of the EMEA Grand Finals paying off beautifully for them. He said it's the kind of map that a coach can enjoy watching. Everything just works exactly as expected. And it was a map that we were expecting Vitality to come away with. They had some really good theory on their attack side too. We've got a Verizon high-speed moment that we want to jump into. And Mimi, run me through this one, because they look clean.
Yeah, they really did. I want to talk about how much they were getting value out of these split plays with the Hyper Viper. You see this round, immediately they're KO knifing into this fast split on A. And you'll notice the players on the other side actually trying to anchor on this site, get really caught in the middle. That dart going up backside, one player gets tagged onto that one. And then as the flashes come in, they start to look towards this backside fight with a second layer of utility, and these anchors just get absolutely executed. And I feel like there was a lot of rounds where mid control was easy for Vitality to take. They set up for splits into a site, and Heretics had one or two players who got stuck out on that site, got shut down, and meant it was always a massive disadvantage in the retakes. And I think that was the key to the early part of that first half.
For sure. Yampi looks so good on this KO whenever we get to see it. But I think another thing I wanted to highlight coming into this one, and we kind of heard Pal speak about the adjustments that they'd made since that grand final, was the operator usage that we got to see, the sniper usage on that attack specifically. We saw it come out from Derka, we saw it come out from Chronicle, but the implications that this actually had on Team Heretics' defense from that point onwards was just the fear of not being able to push out. You see Boo attempting to wall that off there, but Heretics just being caught with, I guess, their pants down at their ankles at times, because they just weren't able to get aggressive on that defense once this operator on attack had been conditioned.
Yeah, I think they were always hurting for space because they didn't want to go for those pushes, but also because I didn't feel like they had great answers to mid control. Even later into that half, they kept trying to anchor these sites to play the flood, but when you're playing this kind of mirror match against the Harbor, where you don't have that agent, it's kind of tough, I think, to play into that style. And it was really consistent that they were just getting blocked off by that utility and shut down. This was a great approach from Vitality.
Well, let's hear what Neil Zenio, the coach of Heretics, had to say ahead of map 2. What adjustments do they need to make?
Slow start for Team Heretics. Coach Nilzinho, do you think it was the pressure, maybe the nerves weighing on the boys, or was it something more technical?
No, I think it is just pure mental. Expectations, pressure. Yeah, we've had it in the past, but I think we also didn't really give ourselves a chance to gain any momentum. Every time we won a round, they came back fighting. We made some stupid mistakes, and they got the momentum. So we need to, when they give us a chance, we need to capitalize on it and get going, basically.
Hopefully you turn things around on the next map, and Lotus we go.
Lotus, such an important map coming up. Now, this mirrors what was happening in the grand finals. They play very different styles on this maps. A no Viper composition for Heretics versus the Viper on Vitality.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue that I was noticing with that no Viper was on attack side. Vitality were playing like quite a slow style, and when they wanted to go back into space late, I felt like they got exposed for that quite often. But when you do look at that other side, you look at this defensive look for the side of Team Heretics here, I really like the way that they were playing this, especially with the double duels, especially with how they are hiding space on this map.
Well, once upon a time, Heretics were playing the Harbor on this map, where they had some interesting approaches, but it does look as though they're going to stick with what they were playing back in EMEA. Starting on this defensive side, expect to see Koshmaris sliding around with that Odin. I promise you it, guys. I'm hoping that we get to see it starting here.
It's so silly, but it works so well at shutting out teams that want to take that rubble control.
Yeah, they're really good at that, and I think what I love to see from them as well is they'll very often split their duelists, have Woot, Koshmaris opposite sides of the map, and kind of ping pong who's going for aggressive plays, which means they're almost always shielding where Benji's setup is as the anchor, and it makes it really challenging for Vitality to be able to actually figure out the setup when they're mid-rounding on this attack.
On the other side, we have Team Vitality starting on this attack. We've seen how great Sayonara has looked at this debut global event for him. But not only that, Durka firing on all cylinders on that first map. I think the synergy that he's been able to pick up with Yampi as well with this raise and fade that we speak about is going to set them up for success on the first map.
Do you think the attack op should also be a big thing for Durka here again?
Yeah, I mean, abuse the fact that Heretics don't have the Viper here. I don't see why they wouldn't lean into that if it was such a strength for them on Breeze.
Yeah, I think they absolutely should. Looking at Durka and Chronicle, if this is a 2-0, I think it comes down to those guys. They were a beast on map 1. Vitality had a great approach there. Now a map away from getting their revenge from that final.
EMEA Grand Finals were a best of 5. This is only a BO3. Heretics, they need to respond fast. Let's send it back over to Pansy and HyperX.
And I think that is the tone to lead this in with. There has to be a reply from Heretics. Map 1 was Vitality's through and through. From a 13-10 result previous to a 13-6, and it looked clean stuff.
Yeah, I mean, even scoreline aside, it was just a stark contrast. I mean, Heretics look off their game. Again, the early round is the big issue for me. I mean, they won out, I think, 4 opening engagements. Yes, they were recovering a couple of 4v5s, but still, for me, with where we've seen Heretics make massive improvements throughout stage 1, that's not the recipe you want to see. And certainly coming into Lotus here, it's going to require something like Koshmaras to really take over some of these rounds. Benji will give you the late rounds.
Yes, he will.
But Koshmaras needs to be involved and finding success early on here.
So Vitality starting out on the attack, Heretics on the defending side. And all eyes turn towards that A site.
What's key for me is to see if that momentum carries across through the maps.
Well, I think Vitality aren't going to change.
Yeah, huge opportunity for Vitality to strike while the iron is hot. All baited out here.
That's an early kind of touch on that, but it's a double stack towards Tree, and it's a stunning trap. Benji up in the feed, tries to do more, finally found by Durka. But look at the casualties they've suffered to get here. It's going to be a 2v3.
Fake this out, yeah.
And he maybe have imagined someone else on the site there, but no one had made it that far.
It takes so long that actually it would warrant a rotation. Somebody stepping further forwards.
Oh, it's still done.
Yeah, in transition.
Does he now have to speed up? Yes, they now know where Durka is. They can put it together. They can put the pieces together in their mind. But Durka comes out swinging, taking the fight to Rienz. And Boo just a little bit too far behind. And now the double stack towards Tree, and it's a lethal one at that. Sheriff with Profek. Durka paint shell in play. There it is, posted. Boo has to respect it. There's no two ways to cut it. And the time ticking faster and faster. I thought Benji could have done enough. It just slipped away.
A ton of value found off this trap. It's only really Durka to overturn that. A fantastic recovery found here between him and Profek. This kill there, right there onto Wu is the one that ultimately makes it doable. Durka then can play a little more aggressively. Boo's eyes are drawn, and by the time they're actually making it back on site, Boo's about 15 seconds off another smoke to really secure any chance of getting back on the side, finding a comfortable angle to contest Tree. Great start for Vitality. Well,
ladies and gentlemen.
Day one in the building.
Yeah. Hey, we made it to London, right? Do we accept this one on us?
Oh, this is up.
Don't turn around.
Wait,
I see Minnie turn it. Look at him.
No
Look at him. Look at him.
Who put them there?
He can't even see that high. Look, Seth, brilliant. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the co-streaming peanut gallery up here. But no, yeah, thanks, boys. It's always good to be on site finally. Hopefully it gets. Oh, people have got merch. They've actually turned up equipped for it. An EMEA fan, perhaps. Who knows?
Definitely.
Yeah, fully.
It looks jaded.
You can tell, can't you? Well, how's the day been?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah, so far so good.
Decent?
Yeah. Bosh.
Bosh.
Yeah.
That's what you're giving me?
That's all I'm giving you, Bosh.
Wow. Wonder what the tech pause is. We can spin around. Let's have a little look. Let's start blaming players.
Game pause, so.
Oh, they always. I'm seeing fist bumps though on at least the Heretic side, which can mean good things. Oh, EDG fan in the crowd, I do believe. Can't wait to hear this place when EDG are about. That is gonna be pretty good fun. Which is kind of wild though, considering the EMEA game. Everyone just golf claps. very respectable. We are going back into game. So thank you for your patience. Whatever the issue may be.
Actually, I was ready to take a seat there, actually.
That's the energy I like to see. All right, we are back underway. Thank you for bearing with us during it. We had to get one in, contractual obligation for me and Michael. However, a reminder, it was a great start from Durka. You can see why he's going to be up on that Phantom nice and quick. Big investment for him. The only real thing to note on the other side would be maybe a couple of upgrades, but not too many.
Can Chronicle get here, though? I don't think you can really police this weapon. Retrieved.
Yeah, but look in the meantime what they're doing, putting a lot of pressure on Benji, who's going to have to stand and try and deal with the flood of players on that C site. Just too many to handle.
Great push and pull here. Open up opportunities towards C. Plant will come through here. Durka already making great progress towards an early showstopper. Cycle across here. I mean, Durka's happy to go forward and die in this situation. If we find a kill, if we trade it out, it'd be perfect.
I mean, look how close he is to that ult as well. Would be loving it. I mean, you'll take that. It's not the best outcome, but it's certainly not the worst. And Yampy, go on then. Have a little go on it. All right, 2 rounds, 3 standing. And I think what you kind of said, that push and pull in effect, I like that, right? It could have been a bit dicey on that A side. Nice look back towards C. Super bursty.
It's a great check-in to think back to some of the earlier discussions with Vitality this year around the mid-rounding, around the leadership.
Decisiveness.
Yeah.
Yep.
We saw plenty of examples on Breeze. This is another one for me where straight away, a commanding call from Yampy and everybody buying into it. And certainly, I mean, it would be ignorant to really ignore that factor coming into international here. That's certainly the question hanging over Vitality for me, is actually their ability to maintain this upwards trend.
So I think if we'd seen a couple more good indicators from Heretics, I'd be having a similar conversation as well. You know, with that kind of Koshmaras X factor coming in, Boo's in-game leadership as well. But we aren't really seeing the fruits of the labor, but they do at least have mound control here. Hasn't been checked on. A very patient default coming through from Vitality.
And I mean, the big thing really to deny Durka's free access to the showstopper.
Oh, we played in a little on that. I don't think he gets much for it. Yeah, okay, played in again, twice now. They don't fancy it. Something doesn't feel right. Backing away.
Profek at least curious as to what's going on outside C.
Well, because they've got nothing now to clear close, right? Like, I think they've run out of some of the tools. I guess they've got the boom bomb, but is that where you're going to invest it? I don't know. So, again, you kind of can leave Koshmaras on this island. How much can one man do is the name, and Profek clears him. I don't know what gave it away. Maybe the positioning, maybe it just felt a bit too obvious, maybe just doing what they need to, but Profek again finds another. Finding space and opening up sites there. Sends out the paranoia, smokes are in. The site is fully theirs.
And Profek, when he's on, it can just be so impactful for Vitality. Another example found here. We'll find a third Chronicle to follow up. There could be another bonus conversion here, and it certainly will be with Benji heading the other way. A 1v4. Vitality off to a flying start. I mean, you think about the opening of both halves on the
yeah.
Lost myself for a second there, but what the second round, second half, sorry, the damage done. Again, they conceded the round, but Vitality are just ready to set themselves up again for a string of rounds.
It looks like they're having fun, which is the scarier thing. And I think you're right, right? Profek is never going to be your headliner when you look at this team. He's never the one to stand. No, but Durka.
Certainly feeling himself.
Oof. I mean, I guess it was a revenge match. Now, the funny thing is, obviously backstage, start of the day, walking about as you do, you know, taking it in, saw Yampy. He was like, John, I'm actually really excited for this game. I was like, why? He was like, oh, revenge. I'm like, and it's like, I know when we talk about finals, normally it's a little bit more blasé. The players aren't as like fired up if it's not a qualifier, but he wants this. He absolutely was locked in. He wanted to meet them at this point.
Mean, they've been under so much criticism.
God, they have. Absolutely.
I would argue more so than Heretics have in terms of poor performances. It's been Vitality to really bear the brunt of that.
Well, yeah, lauded as the super team that didn't really
And they get through on a miracle.
Yes. I mean, we've seen runs like that at Champs before. One evil genius at one point. Come on now. Come on now. Also in the contract, have to mention EG at least once. It's part of it.
Get out of the way on day one.
Yeah. Haven't mentioned the Slug Club yet, so that's still yet to be. Nice from Benji, but gonna need a bit more. It is a stack, so if they are a little bit laissez-faire about approaching which side of the map, they could get caught on this, and Koshmaras fancies a go at it. That smoke now becomes a little bit more lethal.
Careful here.
Got the timing right on it at least. How do you clear some of these positions?
Okay, gonna note one close. That now starts feeling like a stack. Do they back away? Do they power forward? Chronicle not really showing much fear. Gonna clear Kosh. And it's gonna be, what, 35 seconds? They can't leave it too late just in case, but it looks like a B pivot's coming in anyway.
30 seconds left.
Just off there. Catch a glimpse, but plant down here. Still 4 left standing for Vitality. Yampi will get his ultimate off that. Sayonara just misses an opportunity here ahead of the smoke blooming. And a Bucky here, you got to get Woot involved in this situation and shut down immediately.
Yeah, Vitality are locked in now. That confidence feels like it's there, and it's going to stabilize. 4 standing now, ults coming into effect. They've gotten everything they wanted at the start of this half. Well, I guess this map in general.
Another early timeout call from Heretics. Again, it's just really difficult to find some sort of confidence to go forward in the buy rounds here when you're just getting, I mean, battered in some of them. Barely getting off the starting blocks for Heretics.
And they just look cold, right?
It doesn't feel like they're executing many of their set pieces. No. The game plan's just all over the place a little bit, and understandably so, right? It's brutal to come up against some of these players when they're on form. Like I said, Prophet, for me, one of the ones that stands out. Very hot and cold in terms of numbers, but also in terms of value, in terms of utility, where we've seen previously. For me, the Coinbase win condition coming out of this has got to be Heretics probably playing a little more proactive, take some of the space away. What did we see previously? Take control of Mound, and they just tuck in. What Koshmaras gets slow cleared by a Guardian with no trade angle from Boo. A little bit all over the place for me. Yeah,
it's not fitting together, right? That synergy felt really good in their run up to this point. Again, they walked away in that first place. There was a reason that they looked that solid. For me, again, I actually hate to say it, but I want to see them play their own game, the game that actually got them where they are. So leading into this round, it's a critical one. Heretics need a heartbeat, something to ignite a little bit more of confidence. I'm seeing operators, I'm seeing what they can. Boost, suffering, down without even a shield. And in this round, we will be diving into the team comms of Vitality. So the second that's ready, we'll chuck into it. But until that point, look towards what they have. Sayonara wants to farm it. We've got the operator out. There is so much on the line now. And Heretics trying to posture up a little bit here as well. Playing in towards Rumble. Let's see how they react to that.
Rumble, boys.
I'm holding Rumble.
Nice. One more.
Freeze, boys, freeze. Freeze.
Okay,
freeze. I hold B push, I hold B.
Nah, we'll just put the wall, bro. And follow my Twitter.
They should not have op. They should
6-7.
Yes, keep holding, guys. Keep just holding.
Perfect well, Twitter, Chronicle.
Can I get shout out, please? Yes, just keep holding, boys. We're gonna finish on A. Okay. Can I get one shout out? Yeah. Yes. Guys, Timo, I need you to go prod C, okay, right now.
I mean, if there's anything to terrify us when they're laughing and joking at a round like this,
I'm hearing 6-7, and I'm done already.
Oh, Engine over the chance to shut this down.
All right.
Urkel will fall. Got to get a second though. Pin down Chronicle. Now just Kosh left. Swap out to a rifle. Will be noted here.
1v2 though, come on Kosh. In all of the other games, you'd think this is absolutely within the realms of reality. Make that the case again. Gotta at least toy with expectation. Open the door and give them maybe pause for thought. They're playing deep offside.
Look how disconnected they are.
Kosh is here quick though.
Really work for this.
But I like that he's here this fast. I think he's read this. I don't know if he'll know where Chronicle is, but he's found Profek and he's on the hunt. Koshmaras needs to get this kill. He has to get up close and personal. Now show me you can make this really yours, Chronicle. One of the greats, the GOAT, fallen and cold, Koshmaras, giving us a lifeline and a real misstep from Vitality. Maybe that attitude, all the jokes and jovial attitudes will need to be brought back in line.
I mean, certainly the right decision-making here. Force Kosh basically to clear out a ton of space, but he doesn't even bother. He sees the plant, reads the situation perfectly, hunts down Profek. And again, at this point here, it's like Profek can buy a little bit of time. Chronicle's then caught in transition. He has to move to a position where he can cover the spike.
Yeah.
Nice! Great work from Kosh. It felt done and dusted. That early exchange over towards Rubble.
And I guess that tone that we heard in the comms now, can Yampy get it back in check? Can he keep them focused? Because that sort of thing, yeah, it was bold from Koshmaras, but have we really gotten to the point where we're surprised by Neon's
what he
making...
did in stage one? Yeah.
And also just in general, Neon's on a stage like this, when the audio is a little different, when it's a little bit lively and you take those chances. Again, Chronicle and Durka made in those moments. Are the best to do it. But now, is this been the spark to reignite something with Koshmaras, or potentially Heretics in general?
Bring them down.
Going to catch anything here, but Heretics certainly looking a little more active now. Certainly what you want to see. Yampy not a million miles off for that spam, but Riens will take the opportunity.
Bring them down.
Certainly slow down the progress here from Vitality. Have to control back. Again, won't have noted this early presence from Boot. Doesn't have a paranoia though. There's a big gap between him and that second player, but
face your fear.
Investment here from Riens. Clear all the space out. Prophet might just get behind this. He's going to call the rest of the troops back.
Oh, Boo. Boo needs to not take his eyes off the prize. It's going to be feast or famine, isn't it? He's going to hear this, though. Surely he hears this. That's 3 players. He could be on for a heater. 13 seconds! And with a knife to the back, Boo strikes. 2 big kills, slowing down the roll, putting Profek in the almost unwinnable 4 seconds. He's got a plan revealed. It's literally at his feet. Profek, face the music. Heretics looking like they're back from the dead.
Asking for a spark here. Heretics at least keeping this doable early on. Find a second conversion confidently as well. A little bit of complacency shown here from Vitality. Some question marks for sure, and I'd imagine probably a stern talking to during this timeout.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? I'll wait for the coach cam.
Well,
that'll be my Coinbase win.
I mean, Cron's still laughing.
Yeah,
Pal's hiding a smirk.
Pal's in the playbook. Frowns. I don't know. It doesn't look that happy.
Certainly lots to consider here. I mean, the Coinbase win condition coming out. There's still going to be a purchase on hand for Vitality. Couple of ultimates to work with. Chronicle, Yampy, and Profek. Sayonara just 2 away from the pit, and obviously Durka's early showstopper. He's already building progress towards another.
And for me, again, complacency can be such a killer as well. It's something that I can't allow. They don't quite have... Damn.
You'll be waiting a while.
I don't know. Maybe a show match or 2.
For Shanks, I mean. Not for,
who knows?
I wouldn't badmouth this.
Okay, just making sure. Just making sure.
You have to check. Oh. Checking.
2 rounds. 2 rounds. And will this be the more... one of those moments that you look back on and you go, bloody hell, imagine if we'd actually just, you know, focused up here, been a little bit tighter.
Yeah,
or does it fade away to nothing?
Hey, I'll say it, I'm happy to take that criticism. If we see a few more rounds like that, that's certainly a discussion to be had. If Vitality show any more complacency, then get their heads back in the game here. Certainly opportunity, like I said, with this old cycle. Koshmaras going forwards once more.
Oh,
big catch here on the nade.
Well.
They feed into that one here. Haven't seen that investment, but it certainly catches Vitality off guard here. And a round to come out of a timeout like that, it's the worst possible start.
Or a dream come true for Heretics, right? Simple stuff. The C's paint shell coming in. You love to see it. They'll be chuffed to bits with that. Freest beginning, and Boo got himself a corner.
I think Heretics are going to be looking to take too many risks here and give any play back into this round. And Chronicle's going to check at least here, bait the wall out. I was going to say, Boo and Benji have to deliver on C site alongside this, though.
Yeah, and it looked like Vitality was still maybe eyeing up finishing on that C site, so they've still got Yampy here. Does Benji know about this? I mean, he certainly does now. Handles Yampy with ease. And Woot in support, posts it. Not going to get quite what he wanted, but Profek and Chronicle left with an uphill battle in 24 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, TP here for Profek, but again, he can't reposition towards another site to retrieve that spike.
Well,
give this one up.
Well,
to secure.
You gave them an inch, and they might be taking the mile now. That is 3 rounds to their name. After what was a dreary first map, a worrisome beginning into map 2, and now knocking at the door of tying up all even.
Hard work's not done just yet, though. Still a buy in hand here for Vitality. Like I said, ult's still a factor to consider. Actually, an operator in hand for Durka, so probably indicator of a slower approach here. See what Durka can get done. It's only the TP of Boo available for Heretics. Oh, the top here, Chronicle might just double down, and he absolutely does. Shutting down this early aggression as Heretics look to really take matters into their own hands.
And here comes the burst. Benji instantly gonna be noted. This is gonna ask so much of the man here. He's got pressure left, right and center, succeeding on one but overwhelmed by the other. The swing from the smoke gives Wu a way in, but Chronicle on a heater again. Single-handedly making this round look like Vitality's.
Just like that, something to maybe humble any sort of confidence Heretics were starting to build after a string of rounds. Chronicle, pixel perfect with the first and catches Kosh as he tries to retreat. Stuff here, Chronicle leading the charge 11-4 for Vitality.
Always been an X-Factor player, isn't he, Chronicle? Again, it was kind of that conversation of what's Fnatic gonna be like without him there? Do they lose much? And people kind of say, you know, umming and ahhing about it, but you see it in moments like that with him, that pedigree in full display. And well, Durka not gonna share the limelight either. A man who's known those great heights as well. But Kosh Moras, a new man to this stage, to try and hold his own against some of the most experienced players there are, some of the most decorated. Right now he's got a smoke to do it in. Played in.
Clear him. Boombot will though.
30 HP and he'd be lucky to get out of here alive. The utility poured on. And the site under scrutiny.
Aid will prevent any progress from Boo going forwards here. Kosh down to 30. Getting locked out of this initially. Plant will come through and Sayonara with a pit to close off one of the avenues of approach. A ton of ground to cover to get even closer to the site here through this pit.
Yeah, a bit tricky because there is a little bit of a Navi forward. And you can see they want to try and springboard towards Durka. Taking her away, but a quick reaction. Vitality standing in unison this time. Crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and making sure to not let this game slip between their fingertips.
Even there, the buy a little off kill time. I mean, Benji was on a pistol to come into this court here on a jump peek out. Unfortunately, at that point, I mean, Kosh is just under a ton of scrutiny. So much util sent forwards here. The diligence, I guess the other side of the equation here, we did see Vitality a little complacent, at least a reset in terms of these protocols. We'll get them number 6. Durka just missing one more for the showstopper. The Heretics back down to pistols now. Potentially another huge first half advantage here in terms of the scoreline. As Heretics can build back in. He's trying to catch a spam, but no connection on the other side of that. If anything, it just really eggs Vitality on. Finally, the rotation will come through. 2 more players here to try and bolster this A-site hold, but probably going to be behind this a little bit. Actually, now I'm a little concerned. Vitality haven't actually scaled onto site just yet. You've got 2 players going towards stairs.
Yeah.
That's the spike, though.
What are we doing here? What's the plan? Have they seen enough that scared them in this? They don't like it?
I think they're desperately trying to bait somebody from Heretics out into an engagement, but now you've got to worry about how committed some of these positions are on site.
This does feel sketchy. Quan's seen nothing, no challenge on B. He's committed on it, ahead of the wall. And with this amount of freedom, surely you are massively question marking what's going on A. This should be enough. That should be the pivot point. They've spotted the trap, but they still fought for it. Rien's gonna manage to catch Durka. Well. That is a big scalp to claim here. Perfect trying to cycle the weapon back, but he's got bigger problems right now. They're at the doorstep. They're trying to knock it down already, though. Profik and Yampi holding the line. Woot, Boo, and Benji desperate to try and find a pathway back in.
Who's got paranoia here from Link? Sent through, it does connect here. Woot's managed to come through, but Chronicle to shut down too, Lauren. Absolutely great work. Boo now, unfortunately, 20 HP. Unable to have a say. I mean, the paranoia could have been huge there, but Chronicle unaffected. I mean, thank God for that. Catching Woot here on the Satcher in. Just when I thought maybe they could retrieve this operator. All comes down to it. Vitality will find number 7. Unfortunately, look, this is a must-win for Heretics. Look at the buy behind this. Yes, we'll get an operator in hand, but we're on the brink of potentially a 9-3.
Yes.
And it feels like it's trending that way.
It does. It does. You're absolutely right. Woot, can you get involved early? Dirk already has. That's the C site looking vulnerable.
On that peak again.
It's not the first time he's had this. This is repetition now. That's concerning. Benji.
What happened last time? They cleared Kosh with the util.
Yeah, it was the Prowler first, but then it was the Boombot that caught him on that point. But look, they've got more tools to play with now. Ults to be invested. He has to back away. Goes back for seconds. A Prowler this time. The utility protocols are perfect. Riens can only do 1. He can't find more than that. Overwhelmed and shut out. Boo and Woot are a mile away from being able to change this.
I mean, a rifle and an op here.
Spike planted.
In the retake, yeah, it was no surprise to see him hold on to this. Like I said, round 12's purchase would have been awful if everybody was to fall. I mean, even coming out of this, what, Kosh, 300 credits, an ultimate, sure, but Riens and Benji will be penny pinching here.
I don't think the bargain bin's going to save him now. Boo and Woot, this is tough. Because there was that small window, right? And I was so ready to lay into Vitality for letting that sort of lead slip. But the fact that they can tighten up after it, I know, it was right there, right there. Fine, I'll put away the hate watch. But the credit really, in my eyes, also falls to one Yampy, obviously, for keeping people in the right place, but Chronicle stepping up massively as an impact player too.
But what, around 5, 6 or so when Durka gets its operator and things slow down a little bit for Vitality, finding 2 rounds. He's found that opener towards C, and Benji, fortunately, the first domino to fall in a sequence of events. Chronicle leading.
And he's back on the operator.
Back on the operator.
And he was kind of
when he's seen what he's done with it on Breeze.
Okay, Benji, you're not going to do the same thing again, though, right? Maybe Kosh.
I mean, unfortunately, with this buy, you'd want them to go forwards.
Kosh Morass up against Kron. Kosh has won it. That time, a different outcome. A further commitment. It looks like Vitality want to keep that pace and tempo high. Prowler sent in, gonna at least reveal that they're still nearby. That looked close to a big tag, but not to beat.
Go forwards with a spike here.
Yampy. Yampy, you're the first man in, and you're doing it kind of solo. And yeah, a quick clear. Woot making light work of Sayonara. This felt a little messy. I don't think this had to be at this tempo, but they wanted it this fast.
Woot's now got a showstopper. It's a huge opportunity here. It's a 3v5 for Vitality. I mean, when it's all said and done, it will be worst case scenario an 8-4, but certainly this was leading towards Vitality finding 9 here in the first half.
Yeah, but this could be a godsend for Heretics, but Prophet gonna find 1. Rien's on the trade. They have numbers to play with. Prophet can't do any more. Falls. Durka dead. Heretics. Silver lining just about maintained there.
Crucial here for Heretics to remain composure coming out there. So it's a big win. Yes, it's an A4, but a saving grace at least to get that one on the board, Lauren, the end of this first half.
Yeah, they desperately needing it. After what was a real shutout for most 3 rounds of respite almost to claim the final one. Maybe enough to ignite some hope going forward as Vitality still standing strong on those 8 rounds to their name. Chronicle Durka looking solid as a rock on this. So let's hear from Profek after Vitality locked up their spot in playoffs in a HyperX player moment.
Hello, my name is Profek, I'm from Team Vitality and we are in the playoffs. So we just finished our game against VALORANT Esports, those regional matchups, so we know how they play, they knew how we play. So basically this game was only about who will be more confident, and at the end we are more confident, so we take a W.
This is looking rocky. Swing in the corner. Durka favored 10 times out of 10 at that range, and now suddenly it's just Yeta J. Trying to clutch us in a 1v3. The swing out finds the first, drops out, and cannot find that final Vitality.
When I walked first time in London and I saw the stage, it was completely different than in Berlin when we play. I've seen so many seats, so many people. The arena is big. To be honest, it's felt amazing. It's a dream to play in front of this beautiful crowd. And yeah, I just hope we're gonna play more and more games here.
Well, this pistol round means quite a bit, Mike. I think Heretics need this one.
Yes.
What do you think?
Yeah, like I said, that's why I kind of put an asterisk next to the end of that, but Vitality have looked dominant in terms of the opening few rounds of these halves so far. That's why I said, if you look at a 9-3, we've already had bonus conversions galore. Even that mishap on Breeze as well. Certainly, Heretics need to flip the script. Again, with it just feels like a sluggish first half from Heretics.
Yeah, it just
again, Koshras a little more active from the get-go.
Yeah.
I'll give them that much, but things just not going their way. It's got to be said.
No, and it just feels a little bit quiet throughout, right? Like, I feel like Rienz has always been solid. I mean, he's a little bit downturned here. It doesn't look like he's quite as active in this. I wanted to see the best form Heretics. We got that as our last look at them, right? That's what my mind kept them as, while these teams that can win it out in the EMEA.
It would be heartbreaking if that was the peak. You know, getting back into some really formidable form, honestly. It's just a little disappointing to see this, which should have been a comfortable matchup, right? It's better to come in and have to play, you know, a team from another region that you don't really have much in terms of context, and probably a team that could really turn things around. What's just happened there then?
Oh, even he looks surprised. Tell me you saw that camera reaction. And it looks like they are literally bang on the same spot on the minimap. This, put a fork in it, man. This one looks done. All right, recovery mode. Boo, Rienz, and Koshmaras, thank you. Picture in picture. You've just made it bad to worse. Rienz has suddenly come alive. I said he was absent. That's one way to get me paying attention. Prophet trying to be a little slippery here. Deceptive in approach. But Rienz looking like he's got a hot hand here. The Prowler gonna at least be taken on the bait there. I don't know if Prophet can clear Koshmaras, who is only on 5, but without a trade of Rienz.
What?
Oh my God, Prophet, maybe. What is this round? Boo left in a 1v2. He's on site, he's got Paranoia, but he's up against the big boys. Kron already doing nasty things. Sends a Paranoia, doing the dance, trying to get closer.
Profek and Kron, man.
What is that?
Kron's on his feet, for God's sake.
Let them know.
This clearance, it's Profek onto Kosh again with a clearance that is just insane. 5 HP, doesn't need a headshot, by the way. But on the fadeaway, that's the opener.
He's so cold, man.
That is ridiculous from Profek.
Reading that little setup, right? That, like, okay, on contact. There'll be the swing off the back by box, and look at him.
Absolutely sensational. Vitality to find another pistol in this series. Could that be the nail in the coffin? Heretics have to, they have to do something. As far as I'm concerned, win out here.
Yep. There's not so many ways we can cut it now, right? The bar has been set. It has been for a while. We were hoping that Heretics would find that spark, reignite some of that magic we saw to get them to this stage. There are no easy routes here in London. It's earned at this point. For Heretics, it looked like they'd done the hard work before, but absolutely shocked in this one. Outclassed.
Toxin screen down.
But it needs to be now. Sayonara does fall. Okay, first chance made. They get a bit more. To patrol, gonna catch Wu. Brilliantly done, beheads him quickly. It's all for Daka! And maybe the 5, the crowd wants it. And call him the hometown hero. Hell, make Daka the villain. This time, Benji! A little 1-2 punch right back.
30 seconds left.
2 more for you, perhaps. He's got the flash. He's got him on the run. Benji! Oh, it would have been brilliant.
One of these first 2 rounds.
Man, I'll take that every day.
Second half. Vitality will find double digits regardless, but another lineup here. Durka finding 4. Ridiculous start to this second half. It's Vitality to come away with a chance once more to convert a bonus or do as good as previously done.
Yeah.
Rien's unfortunately only bringing Sheriff in here. And Vitality certainly riding
I'm out of here.
Right,
potentials out here, yeah.
Flash trap destroyed.
This is good so far. Taking the box with the Heretics. They pick the right side of the map, basically. Just got to be a little bit cautious, but should be fine for now. The Danger Men, Yampi, Durka, and Profek, just because of weaponry alone. But with the plant down, Heretics need to stabilize here.
Going super aggressive.
I mean, Kosh Moras being aggressive, not the worst thing in the world. Heretics just need to hold their nerve. They really can't fumble this one.
Well, the Vitality already settle for
cover going out.
The contingency in doing damage. Invested here, but Profek's found the first on the way in.
I don't think they're settling for anything, Michael, but Kosh Moras is going to try and hold on. Oh! Stylish on the third, and should be enough to keep this one secure. The time being the determining tune to this, as Benji going to find the couple few, you'd imagine. Yampi going to make it away, does recover at least the Phantom.
Riens will fall, but again, he's the one that didn't really guess coming in here. So 2 weapons maintained for Heretics. Is that going to be enough? Vitality now able to invest behind this. Durka's on the showstopper already. Profek one away from a TP. It has to be perfection from here on out, considering what we've seen so far from Heretics. Kosh Moras looking a little more comfortable now. And can that be the deciding factor, Lauren?
That's what we will listen to in this round. We will be hearing from the Heretics comms, as once again they look to pressure Chronicle. Do they continue on that pathing? Do they feel it's the weak spot to be exploited? Or do they change their minds? We already heard Vitalities. So I'd be curious to see how it compares. Benji needs to be careful, not get overwhelmed here. Let's listen to now how they're going to puzzle this one out.
No smokes, guys, no smokes. Can you pick up me?
One more, gonna reclaim me on A. I'm gonna play with my
Okay, Benji, when you go back, now pick a B, better.
Okay, good.
Okay, just pick a B so there is no gap.
We need to pick.
20 seconds,
I can
okay?
proud, I can pick at the same time, okay? Yes. One, two. Nothing close. Yes. Wait for some, wait for some.
Okay, just tell me when.
Guys?
Yes, I'm ready to paranoid the... Go! He's blind, he's blind.
There is no turns. I might be there. I'm coming late, wait.
One shot. Nice, good job. Guys, careful flood with Race Ult.
Okay.
Guys, out, pillar.
Nice.
Chill. Guys, I'm gonna tap.
Okay, this looks like it should be kind of all going the way. And the difference in comms was quite drastic, to be fair. Super serious, very drilled. Hold on, yeah, Riens. Do you get away? Do you live? You don't! He's got the dead. Showstopper's there. Does he invest? Still 2 satchels to play with too. Nothing on the horn, kind of indicating they're all towards water. Trade there for Benji. Durka, a 1v2. Misses the jump. Has to go back for a second. Oh my god. 7 bullets. Dealt with. Boo. Good stuff to bury that one before it got too deadly. But a very different comm sort of environment, it felt like.
Certainly still, I mean, feels a little frantic. At least here. A big win out early on from Benji. A little scrappy coming out of the smoke here. At least round on the board. Vitality going to be unable to close this one out quickly. Be minimal investment here. Still the chance of Durka
Where are they?
doubling down
There.
if he finds a kill. Side attack there at least. Kosh in check early on here. Benji, Boo and Kosh all very close. This first ult cycle aligning for Heretics. Now that could amount to a string of rounds. And win this one, they're within 3.
Yeah. That just gives them so much chance to gap close. And Heretics showing some real caution. Just got to be careful to not fall into the trap of walking into the stack. we can see where it is. You'd almost imagine all the big guns over on A, surely no one else will be there. Well, there's 3 others waiting. Let's see if Heretics can puzzle this one out themselves. Can they figure out? They're still heading this way. I'm a bit concerned here. They could be going into what is the stacked side of the map here, but it is just pistols, but Prophet with the paranoia. Can't quite get out of this for now. Has managed to play his life, and Sayonara with a double! You don't get to! Daka Sayonara!
Down A.
This is a massacre on A, a mistake made! And Boo now has to face the consequences. The leader in game has to deal with what they've just done, walking into the stack, eyes wide shut.
The one thing you didn't want to see was Vitality get a thrifty conversion in this sort of situation.
Look at
What is that, Sayonara?
And they are so deep, so you almost feel like surely they felt a bit comfortable in that.
Sayonara's reaction. Huh? I've got 2, by the way. No! 3rd in the snake fight.
Eagle! Was it Eagle?
I think it was.
Just letting them
Yeah,
know.
I'm just checking. Did we buy anything, actually?
No, that's really nice,
No.
just to remind them of the finances. It's like, guys, if you missed it, we didn't have any money, and we won. So
avoid eye contact with Yampy at all.
Nah, that's I couldn't deal with that. I couldn't. It's like those rounds, you know, it's just like sitting in your stomach like a stone, and you just see him up. Well, you can see it on the faces.
Yeah, I mean, Woot looks pressed in this
Yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
Benji, he's struggling as well. The Coinbase win condition coming out here for Heretics. I mean, slim pickings.
What is it?
Slim pickings, to be honest. I mean, they're going to have a few ults to invest. Like I said, this should have been total opposite scenario. I mean, the stage vibes mimicked here between and Weber as well.
Yeah.
It's got to be frustrating to come out here.
Well,
Performance in your opening series.
Yeah, and it's the thing is, it felt like they found their salvation in Kosh Moras. It felt like he was the missing piece that brought all that brilliance back to Heretics. And we talked about, can they repeat it? Has it got longevity? But we kept hearing and seeing the answer, yes. The problem is we've got here, and suddenly it doesn't have that same spark. However, it's not over yet. It's 6-11. We go back in. Speaking of the man, the ult's going to be coming down. He's going to just take matters into his own hands. He's a mile ahead of the rest of his side, and he wins his fight.
Just about wins out versus Yampy as well. Sayonara, look out. He does actually get caught. Woot will capitalize. Heretics right out onto the A site here, and Durka and Profek left. Profek, will he clear him once more? Yes,
yes he does. Okay, dead to the paint shot, all good.
He can't catch a break versus Profek today. Boo to shut things down. A thrifty, converted
right
on
back
the
at
other
ya.
side, yeah, by Heretics in response. Vitality to come out, probably with the upper hand still though. I mean, the buy is going to be there or thereabouts. They have a ton to offset that. Everything except Yampy's. Woot does have a showstopper. Can you get another round now for Kosh to take over with the ultimate, really? Similar sort of situation as previous.
I'll find you.
Single-handedly delivering a round for Heretics.
At this point, you almost have to be fixated with the belief that you can bring this back if you're Heretics. It has to become a genuine thing you believe in, and Kosh Moras is giving you a reason to believe in it. Taking over Tree by removing Chronicle, it gives them those first couple of steps towards the A site. You already see the Vitality sitting quite deep to this. Kosh Moras is playing a game here that's starting to gather at least a bit of interest for me, as how far does he want to go? Far! He wants to go deeper and he dies for it! Durka gets 2, suddenly Woo hits the hat, got to hit the panic button, finds Sayonara, but right back at you. That one's gonna land as well! 3v2, the spike's not down. No security, and no life left. Boo! Buried, it's 12.
Could be the killing blow. Heretics, you have to string something together here for sure, but a couple of players going to struggle financially. Kosh still finds the opener here, but the trade-off of showstoppers just suits Vitality.
One enemy remaining.
With the spike not going down initially, they can't really reset away. They have to keep fighting forwards, and He said Vitality will just welcome that. Still, on the investment as well. Only Durka to throw in there.
Weapon here.
Looking to go aggressive here. Ton of players from Heretics on the other side.
Has he got somewhere to be? Look, he's still going. They're still fighting forward. The paranoia did not land. And Durka will not die. It takes Riens to take an individual stand to try and stem the bleed. But Benji going to get caught off guard here. Chronicle's got you spotted. And now they're going hunting again. Audacity. Disrespect on display. But Benji heads up, ahead removed. Riens, the last man alive. 1v2 required. 4 kills overall, a necessity now. He takes the walk towards the site. He's got space to play with, and he's got time.
Actually, they're a million miles away from this, so plenty of opportunities for Riens to find a position that favors him. Sayonara and Yampi will split. We'll regroup here to clear out some of this early space.
They're fast to this as well, not really taking much of a subtlety to it either. You will hear it. Riens, a magic man of once before, but Sayonara, welcome to the big stages, kid. You look good at it. 13-7. They do need to go and defuse. They nearly forgot that one, but changing the narrative, leaving history in the past and writing a brand new chapter. And moving forward,
making a big statement as well. This is just a very commanding victory from Vitality in terms of some of the expectations coming in, right? Again, you have to consider the grand finals, but Vitality playing above and beyond what we've seen previously, continuing with that trend. A few recent series. Heretics, for me, a little disappointed, I've got to say it, but certainly something that can be fixed upon. From what we've seen in terms of the end of stage 1, definitely want to see them back on the right page. Tough series for them to open up here in London.
Oh, absolutely, but something you can't help but enjoy seeing some of those players on the stage like this. Some returning greats of all time, some brand new to the environment. But for them, it's got to mean the world coming out like this and proving they have elevated. They've changed for the better, they've grown stronger. And the revenge tour begins now, I guess, already proving they are the team to keep your eyes on through this event. Magic from them, absolute magic. But for the Verizon post-match interview, let's send it to Frankie down at the stage.
Yampi, come over here. Tell me, how long have you been planning this revenge game plan on Team Heretics?
I mean, for sure. I knew that they can't get lucky twice, and yeah, I mean, it feels amazing. I was super happy. I know people don't like regional matchups, but I was so happy to play versus them.
You were clearly hungry for this one. How did you fix the micro mistakes we saw against Foot? You might have won that one, but it wasn't as clean.
Yeah, I mean, just more watching the VODs and actually understanding that in the final we did a lot of mistakes and we came prepared. Like, we knew they didn't change almost anything. I'm kind of surprised because Rian said that they are in their best form or whatever, and if this is their best form, it's gonna be a tough time for them.
Well, Yampi, you have been bringing the fun to your team. Even when you were going through the match vetoes as well, you were cracking jokes. You like to tell a joke to your team every day, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to have fun, right? But, you know, today I was a little bit more calm because I think we were a little bit too hectic at some times. I don't think the comms was okay. We were a little bit back of our, like, before ourselves, but yeah, when the team needs me to be energetic, I'm energetic, and when they need to be calm, I will be calm for sure.
Yampi, can you tell me a joke, please?
Oh, what?
A joke.
A joke. We are not finished, even though me and Derek are finished.
I had to think about that one, but I loved it. More action, potentially more jokes on this stage tomorrow.
Win for Vitality, it really is. And we're joined here on the desk by Profek as well. I mean, you guys managed to turn it around so nicely. This was an incredibly clean win from you. You've got to be pleased with this.
Yeah, I mean, after the final in the EMEA, like, it was many regrets, you know. It was also part of the experience for us, because for me it was first grand final, for Sayonara also first grand final. So it was different in grand final, but right now, like, we're just so confident, you know, because we know that we should have won this final.
Right.
Yeah, what did you think was different about the team that played today against them, that beats them 2-0 versus the team in the finals? What have you learned about Vitality since that final?
I think the final was just experience for us. Like me and Sayonara were not in the best form in the grand final. A lot of overthinking, a lot of doubting. But after this experience, like, we are just back.
Did you enjoy playing through the Swiss stage as well? I mean, we heard a little piece from you afterwards, after the win against Foot, where you were saying it's different playing here in front of this crowd.
Oh yeah, because in Berlin we don't have that many fans, and here is just amazing. The atmosphere here, and it's just amazing.
Yeah, it was your first playoff game for you at a global event, but you're playing with some of the most experienced players in Valorant, especially for Durka and Chronicle. What's it like getting to kind of step on for your first playoff match alongside those guys? Are they saying anything to you, inspiring you at all to get you ready for it?
I mean, at the beginning it was just hard to play for me with them because, like, I was just Profeg and they were like super big talents, so like talents, like big players. So the first 2-3 months it was just difficult for me.
You were like nervous with the names in your team?
I was just nervous and I was just doubting myself. But after this 2 months, like, I just got used to it, so yeah.
Profeg, I've got to ask, because we're talking about Durka and Kron and this kind of stuff and the atmosphere. There was a moment where we were listening to the Vitality team comms, and it was, I mean, bonkers. We're going to play the clip, and then I want to get your reaction to it. But for the people at home, you've already heard this. Let's take another listen.
What they have. Sayonara wants to farm it. We've got the operator out. There is so much on the line now. And Heretics trying to posture up a little bit here as well. Playing in towards Grapple. See how they react to that.
Grapple, boys.
I'm holding Grapple.
Nice. One more.
Freeze, boys, freeze, keep, freeze.
Okay, I hold East push, I hold B.
Nah, we'll just put them all down.
And follow my Twitter.
They should not have op. They should
6-7,
Yes,
6-7.
keep holding, guys. Keep just holding.
Perfect well, Twitter, Chronicle.
Perfect, you went on to lose this round
we're gonna
in a
finish
4v2.
Okay.
What's going on here?
I mean, we just got relaxed, you know, like, we're just having fun on stage, you know, like here it's completely different than in MEA. We just enjoy the moment, enjoy like the people screaming, so, you know, why just not roll 1-2 rounds just for fun, you know, for good vibes.
I thought that might have actually allowed Heretics back into it, but you kind of dropped a couple of rounds and then shut the door straight back on them. Did you keep that energy throughout the game, though? Were you still doing that even when we weren't listening?
Yep, we did. Like 6-7 every time after every round and stuff like that, so, you know, like, pretty funny comms.
Yeah. Does it make it easier when your teammates are acting like that to play, especially in front of the crowd?
Yeah, to be honest, like, because you don't think, you know, like, you just go with the vibe, and when we have good vibe, it's just, you know, fun to play.
How can you be nervous when your teammate is screaming 6-7 and plucking his Twitter?
Well, exactly. And now I've got another question for you here, though, as well, because the 2 matches that have kind of tested you the most, I would say, not that this one necessarily was, were both of the EMEA teams. You played against Foot, now you've played against Heretics. If you take a look at the bracket or the upcoming schedule, you can see that you now have an appointment with HyperX. I mean, that is very different. That's incredibly different to what you guys have been able to do before. How are you feeling about this game? They are a big team.
Because G2 was telling that they will pick us, HyperX was telling that they will pick us, and at the end, no one would pick us. So, like, I'm excited to play, because for me, like, I would love to play these teams, because it's something new, you know, but against EMEA teams, it's like more or less the same.
Yeah, you talked about being a little nervous when you stepped into the server with the big names on your own team when you got signed to Vitality. Does it mean anything playing against HyperX for the first
playing
time?
against, no, but like, I'm just excited because HyperX, I think, is the best team in this tournament, I would say. So, like, let's see.
Are you excited just because you think it'll be fun, or because you see it as a chance to prove yourself?
No, it's gonna be fun.
Yeah?
Because of the fun, yeah. Because they are doing some interesting stuff, and like, I just want to see how it will go against us.
Yeah, well, if we take a look at the schedule as well, we have to deal with the other side of the bracket before we get into the game, of course, where HyperX are playing against Vitality. So coming up tomorrow, we've got EDG playing against Foot, and we've got G2 playing against XLG. Profek, give me a quick opinion on this match. I mean, especially the first one, EDG against Foot. You played against Foot. What do you reckon?
I think Foot will win. I think they are super confident, and I believe also going to the playoffs with the confidence and like with the momentum what Foot has is just good. So I would pick Foot, and in the second game, G2, like, Yeah. I think 100% G2.
You're excited about playing PaperX. Anyone else that you're looking forward to this tournament?
G2.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Is that just because they're the big names, like the teams that are expected to do so well?
No, I think because like they were just dominating America for years, and like I would say they are the best team in America, and I just want to see if we have chance against them or not really.
Yeah. Well, I'll end with this final question then. Who's the best region currently?
EMEA. We have 3 teams in playoffs, right?
There you go. It's as simple as that. It really is. Thank you, Prof. Appreciate you joining us, and congratulations on a big win, turning around the EMEA Grand Finals. That's it for us today. Tune in tomorrow, and we've got another series of fantastic playoff matches, and we'll see you then.
Holy shit! What a shot! Holy shit!